はいはい、聞こえておりますでしょうか? How's everybody doing today? See, whenever I use my hand tracking, I remember why I normally don't use hand tracking, because it is just jank as all shit. Let's keep pushing through. We got some React slop to work through today. I'm gonna be completely transparent. I am just not in the mood for most of this shit. So I'm gonna try to push through a couple of it, but I make no promises, okay? Just because, damn, I just really don't want to spend my time doing this shit. So let's just pull something out of the hat. Um, let's see, news. Different styles avoid obstacles. I always find these videos to be especially intellectually offensive. I don't know why. Why do I even have this? Some more Twitter shit. Oh no, not the Somalian average IQ, goddamn. Especially from Wall Street apes. Alright, we're also gonna have some.
If I believed.
Oh, that's very loud. Oh, that's very loud. That's probably my headphones being very loud. I'm not gonna put that on screen. We're gonna react to this.
Should I quit judo and jujitsu? It's honestly.
Shut the fuck up, please. Let's get a little bit
Why
of
are
Ken Paxton there. That's probably all I'm going to have the stomach for today, realistically. Yeah, sure.
So I go over to my neighbor's house.
And boys playing with guns. That's obligatory. How's everybody doing today? Hope you're all doing well. Thank you, Sort of a Demon, for the first. What do you mean ad starts in 1 minute? Why the fuck did I just run a 3-minute ad, Twitch? Please, please, you are high. I just ran a 3-minute ad. Fuck right off. It's 35 streak. Absolute W. It's a big milestone. Absolutely. Absolutely. Pleasure to have you here. We're gonna have some obligatory gamer slop reacts as well. All right, let's start with a funny. Be white American approaching middle age, turn into Wookiee trying to hold on to youth, destroy marriage, dive even deeper into shit library, now a total Reddit commie, attack ICE to save the Latinkses, gets lights turned off by the gayest Hispaniest agent on the force. Can't make this shit up. Okay, what is this? Hassan getting absolutely slimed out by by the protesters. The random Kaya cameo. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, boy? To be fair, he does the only thing he reasonably can do, which is just, look down in shame and ignore it. It would be funnier if he had some kind of, explosive proactive reaction. While that would have been funnier, but yeah, it's unlikely that we're going to get that unless he, skips his T-pinning regimen, in which case he may get uppity. Alright, let's enjoy the slop, I guess. Oh, that's very loud. Oh, that's very loud. I mean, that's impressive athleticism. Also, those are very high quality mats that he has over here in the studio. Not sure why the judo one looked like that. George Moyd truly died for nothing and Hassan Piker gets publicly shamed. You love to see it. And you're blackpilling? All right, that's it. That's all I can take. I feel like I'm starting to lose brain cells. Training video from Siemba, North Carolina. The SNL skit starts at the 40-second mark. No, you get to get the full thing. You get the full shaft. We're not gonna skip ahead. If I have to suffer through this, so will you. Example of ICE traffic stops. Okay, there's probably not a lot going to be. Rights we have and are defending. First Amendment right to record law. Enforcement out in the open and not let and to let others know about the activities of law enforcement. See, you can record. Let others know about the activity of law enforcement. That's a bit vague. If you're doing so to inform the potential target of a raid, that's technically already impeding. Right to refuse search and deny entry to private areas without a warrant, and law enforcement are not allowed to seize your phone without a warrant. Yes and no. Fortunately or unfortunately, law enforcement can operate on exigent circumstance, also known as the plain view doctrine. Right to refuse the answer to questions to avoid incriminating yourself. True. State laws. No statutory requirement to identify yourself to law enforcement. Non-citizens are required to carry their identity documents. Interesting. Protects recording law enforcement's oral communications. Sure. Agents know they're being watched. Warn people nearby who might be targeted. See, that's impeding. That is impeding lawful activity by law enforcement. Remind people targeted of their rights to remain silent. Provide support as requested. That's fine. De-escalate. Do not take actions that might bring more harm to people being targeted. Do not physically impede law enforcement. That's good. That's good advice. Do not try to de-arrest people, or you will get shot by ICE, deservingly so. Film to provide evidence in case legal action is needed later in response. Sure, film as much as you want. Promote safety. We're here to promote the most safety for the most people. Meaningless. What's the word I'm looking for? Platitude. Meaningless platitude. Thank you. If you aren't sure if they're police or federal agents, approach suspected law enforcement agents. Ask, "Are you law enforcement? What agency are you with?" Ask them to show you an ID. If they are clearly conducting an arrest or traffic stop, try to approach from their line of sight. Okay. If you have to approach from behind, best to do that on the sidewalk if you are on the road, and say, "Hey, is this an immigration arrest? This is none of your fucking business, but sure." One or two on the team, record the operation. Remind people being targeted of their rights. No fire, no fee. Okay, that's something in Taco. Sorry, I don't speak that. Ask them to shout their name. Okay. 3+ on the team. Use your whistles because that's been so helpful so far. 3 short blasts to then say something in Taco. Canvass the perimeter. 10+ on a team. Get bystanders to sing. Jesus Christ, this is so corny. Verify checklist. Access column. What the fuck is that? Record interaction. Okay, identify yourself. Volunteer with a nonprofit community watch. Ask people who they are, what law enforcement agency they are with, what they are doing. State you will remain present as an observer. Record make, model of vehicle, license plate, agents. Report back to dispatcher. Interesting. A nonprofit organization has organized dispatchers. I wonder who's paying for it. Surely this doesn't reek of Soros money to high hell. We are beginning to use signal groups for verification to make it possible for more people to take responsibility for creating safety across a wider area. Report what you see. Example, 2 men in black vests standing next to a suspected agent car. Blue sedan looks like they pulled over a gray minivan. Specify if you are reporting a third-hand account. Ask for help. Avoid sharing rumors as facts.
Hablas no firmes, no hablas no firmes. ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? No hablas
See, I don't speak taco, and even I can tell that that's a horrendous accent.
no firmes. No hablas no firmes. No hablas no firmes. ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? Hablas no firmes.
Why are these people allowed to be outside on their own? These are clearly delusional old women who should be at least in a home.
No hablas no firmes.
Listen, again, to their credit, at least they're intelligent enough to not practice de-arresting someone. It seems that nature has in fact taken its course. I don't speak cartel, lady. Sorry, whenever I hear Spanish spoken at me, my natural response is grande carnitas, por favor. Protestant church, is it? See, like, you can point and laugh at the Catholics and their gay commie pope, but I'm sorry, nothing is going to ever be more gay and communist than allowing female pastors into your church. So sorry, Protestant bros, but Catholics 1, you 0. No, never mind. Catholics 0, you -1. Okay, Somalia's average IQ is 67, and here's why it's so low. The foundation is a 49% inbreeding rate, a tribal norm used to consolidate power. This inbreeding depression restricts the gene pool and lowers cognitive potential before conception, even outside this genetic pool. Poor maternal health stunts brain in the womb. Only 12% of women get pregnant, get prenatal care, and 1.5 midwives per 10,000, far below global standard. Leave fetal malnutrition untreated. Once born, the deficit is locked in by a chronic nutrition gap, with 1 in 4 children stunting. The brain is starved of protein and minerals during the critical first 1,000 days, causing permanent irreparable damage. A constant infectious disease load from malaria and parasites then forces a biological trade-off, diverting brain-building energy to the immune system just to survive. Chronic trauma from war causes 30% PTSD, 35% anxiety, while leading neurotoxins strip 3 to 15 IQ points, adding final layer of environmental decay. The education deficit locks the cycle, as 3 million children out of school never develop the abstract reasoning patterns these tests require. Oh boy, and we have a whole state of those. Why? Who at what point decided that it's a good idea to import this population into your country? Like, we're getting, like, the thing is, it is so bad that I have to distract myself from reminding the noble members of the Oni Dojo that you should want every Indian deported and denaturalized. But this is a higher priority. We need both. But the Indians kind of take a back seat. I'll be fine with them not being able to be elected to office. Chris Cuomo. Oh God. Okay, let's get through it.
Else that's going to get you a lot of hits. I am taking a what do they call it? Like a regular dose, whatever. They're trying to build up of ivermectin. Ivermectin was a boogeyman early on in COVID.
You couldn't talk about it.
That was wrong. We were given bad information about ivermectin.
Oh,
the real
really?
question is why? Everyone's going to say Joe Rogan was right. No, Joe Rogan was saying, yeah, he was right. But that's not what matters. What matters is
did you see the shitlib reflex to double down on the bad bright red man? Did you see him? His knee-jerk response was to try to continue defame to defame Joe Rogan, and he caught himself in the last moment. Sorry, I'm taking my research chemicals. Absolutely, you cannot make this shit up.
The entire clinical community knew that ivermectin couldn't hurt you. They knew it, Patrick. I know they knew it. How do I know? Because now I'm doing nothing but talking to these clinicians who at the time were overwhelmed by COVID, and they weren't saying anything. Not that they were hiding anything, but it's cheap, it's not owned by anybody, and it's used as an antimicrobial, antiviral in all of these different ways and has been for a long time.
For malaria for over almost 20 years.
Yeah. So, and my doctor, who's now my doctor, was using it during COVID on her family and on patients, and it was working for them. So they were wrong to play scared on that. Didn't know that at the time, know it now, admit it now, reporting on it now. Because I think that's the job. The idea that, well, you were a vaccine proponent. Why wouldn't I have been a vaccine proponent? Now there are questions. Oh, no, but I knew at the time. No, you didn't. What you knew was...
Hello, Notary. Hello, Seku. Bitch, you were... I was right. I'm still right, and you're still a fucker. I detest Cuomo as he is a fucking snake in the grass. He pretends like, oh, he's very consistent on the both sides. Once he lost the CNN paycheck, all he does is poison the fucking well. All he does is poison the well, throwing shit at everyone, pretending like no, like there's not an objectively correct solution, like there's not an objectively correct side to everything. What annoys me even more than that is his fucking faux New Yorker tough guy. I wouldn't even call it a grift, but it's that fucking peacock attitude of someone who's never been cracked in the chin, pretending that he is actually hard and he is totally ready to go, my guy. He's definitely not going to slap you with a civil lawsuit in the event that he talks shit, agrees to mutual combat, and then gets the snot beaten out of him. Mind you, he only talks tough to people who are shorter than him or smaller than him. He never talks shit to people who could actually break his shit in half. You hate those kinds of leftists, the short fat otaku both sides types? Yeah, short fat otaku is, I think, half of the time, like, no human being, even a Canadian, can be that retarded. Especially, like, this has to be bait. Dev has to be baiting. Like, I'm sorry, he should not be able to write coherent sentences if he were that retarded. Right, let's move on. Let's distract ourselves with a little slop. So, Tekken Season 3 has been announced to lukewarm acceptance. How are we? Are we feeling that audio? Yes, Unreal Engine, we're aware. Second anniversary. We've been eating this shit for 2 years now. So there are some alleged changes there, and I'm going to say alleged. This is a cool little demo. Unfortunately, as per Main Man, you can currently do that. That's current patch. That's not a change. That's too big of a delay. You didn't get the guaranteed forward 2 just because you waited for too long. Wang reveal or you toaster bath? You may want to pre-worm that toaster. Yeah, Reina apparently got a homing option from Unsoku, which I don't mind. Reina is arguably the most reasonable character on the cast. Like, she doesn't have broken tools. She barely has any tracking. Like, she's a character that is Very, very difficult to play against someone who even has the concept of sidestepping or sidewalking. So, whatever, she has a homing button out of a stance that is also barely used. So, I don't care. I'm not even, being a Reina main, I'm not even that excited about that. Jin for some reason getting a new heat move, sure. I have to point out, I'm sorry, please, they're doubling down on crossbreeding Jin and Devil Jin, kind of failing to understand, effectively removing everything that made Jin as a character interesting, while still having Devil Jin as a, like, I'm sorry, why do we have what is ostensibly just two of the same character now? What is the fucking point? Can we please, like, if you knew that you were going to have Devil Jin as a core cast character, why did we have to cross-pollinate the movesets? It makes absolutely zero fucking sense, especially since you have a moveset that doesn't have the devil fuckery. You have that moveset. It's just there. It's in the story mode. But they continue doubling down. They continue giving him more legacy Devil Jin moves. Diet Devil Jin? Well, he is Diet Devil Jin at this one. Never mind. Actual Devil Jin is now Diet Devil Jin because Jin makes a better Devil Jin. Like, short of the fact that his Hell Sweep doesn't launch, that's pretty much it. That's all to do. That's the only thing that he doesn't do. He has what is effectively a steel pedal in down 2. Okay, if that's it's not a mid, fine. CD1 is also a flip over ground hitting move. He has Samsara just without the fly mix up, and the fly mix up is not even a mix up anymore because Devil Jin doesn't go into fly from Samsara on block anyway. So who gives a fuck? Like, realistically, the only thing that Jin currently doesn't have from Devil Jin is the corkscrew unblockable flash punches, and that's about it. That and the launching hell sweep, fine. But that's about it. He has all of his other moves. What is even the point of having Devil Jin? I see. That's the thing. Like, I get absolutely zero hype for the Tekken World Tour for any of. Like, I used to watch that shit during Tekken 7. I watched tourneys. It was hype as hell. It was hype as hell to see Chikurin remind the Pakistanis that Tekken is a Japanese game. But this is just shit. Like, why would I watch this? Because the current gameplay loop is such that it's just no different from watching replays online. Like, I don't need to tune in and pretend to be hyped up about the same fucking small Tekken abridged with heat that I can just experience online. You put two recordings side to side between, like, God of Destruction never mind God of Destruction, fucking Tekken King players of at least some reasonable skill, and you pull up, I don't know, a random TWT match, and you obscure the names of the players, you're not going to be able to fucking tell the difference half of the time. You've been craving Tekken 2 for a while? I mean Tekken Tag 2, or just plain vanilla Tekken 2? Maybe you should stream Tekken 2. Good luck fucking finding it or getting it to work. Surely you mean Tag 2, Seku. And, like, here's the thing. Koreans abused Pakistanis this Tekken World Tour, and I'm happy to see that. I'm happy that they actually found an antidote to the low IQ Pakistani poke rushdown. That's very good. It remains to be seen how that's going to perform in Season 3. The original 2, holy jank. Okay, listen, man, whatever floats your boat. I would understand if you said 6. But that's not even like PS1 era. That was definitely not peak Tekken, even from a mechanical perspective. Never mind graphics. I think graphically they've peaked at 6, maybe Tag 2. But yeah, I've enjoyed seeing the Korean dragons come back, and Koreans and Japanese reminding the Pakistanis that this is not this is not their playground. You have the physical game on a disc drive. I'll just go nuts then.
Champion, and it's gonna be Newmont to close it out.
I own a copy of Tag 2 for the Xbox. And I'm not going to do anything with it because I don't have a stick that works with the Xbox. Okay, late spring. So, I'm kind of meh on Kunimitsu. Like, it's not the worst character to bring back. She is technically legacy, even though, yes, we understand it's her daughter. It's not the original Kunimitsu. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, she was part of the cancerous small Tekken trend of Tekken 7. Very poke heavy, very cheesy. Takes a lot of brain power and a lot of good reaction speed to play against. If you know the matchup and if you are sufficiently caffeinated, you used to be able to blow her entire ass out. Especially if you played Jin, because her entire 2-2 series mix-up, where she went into teleport, you could parry that entire thing on reaction and just blow her ass for doing that. Which is fine. I'm gonna see how this turns out. They're alleging that the new balancing is going to be, less about placating bad players who are new to the series. Big if true. I would like to believe that if they actually do that to the game, I'll be there with bells on. I will buy not only season 3, I will buy fucking season 2, because I've still not purchased the season pass because I refuse to give them money for a product that I was kind of lukewarm on release, but has continued to actually get progressively worse as they've been updating it. Like, unless I see the lamentations of new players on Twitter and Reddit talking about how, damn, it's so ass to play now. You get completely demolished for pressing buttons. What the fuck is this movement? Why is backdashing so good now? Why can people just backdash out of my 50-50 mix-ups? Then I will consider it. Like, unless I see life return to main man's eyes, I refuse to believe this. From a visual perspective, very cool. Cyberpunk ninja, sort of streetwear kind of vibe, very cool. Visually, Tekken 8 is pretty cool. I miss me on the amount of particle effects, but visually, very, very cool. Like, I cannot throw a stone at them for the visuals. The gameplay, however, is steaming, flaming dog shit right now. I say that as let me check my playtime real quick. Let me check my playtime. I say that as someone with 633 hours on record. Like, I cannot in good confidence tell someone to buy Tekken 8 because I think that the game is in a bad state mechanically. If you're like an above room temperature IQ and actually want to play core Tekken 8 is fucking abysmal. However, if you are a fucking troglodyte with a flat zero encephalogram, you're gonna have fucking tons of fun because you can just press your fucking buttons and you'll just still win matches. And someone brought up, I think it was Finn brought up this piece of an interview where, well, we wanted to make it fun, and we wanted to make it such that, like, even if you're a new player, you feel like you have a chance at winning if you try. That's great, but that's not how previous Tekkens were. Previous Tekkens, if you match with a fucking Leviathan, you know, with someone who has a decade of experience in the game on you, I'm sorry, you're just gonna have to suck and gargle. Them's are the breaks. Until you're like, you did not learn, you're gonna learn today. Like, if you are new to the game will not give you any crutches. It will not give you a free mix just for pressing buttons. It will deny you enjoyment until you sit the fuck down and you learn. And this is why we all enjoyed Tekken back in the day, because there was investment that was worth it. And this, well, you need to feel, in order to make it fun, to make it fun for it's the most female coded game design possible in a game that is just antithetical to that. We went from get good to, well, it's important that everyone has fun. What the fuck is this participation prize mentality? No, a bad player doesn't get to put me into a 50-50 gambling situation where I need to guess for my life and his. No. I get to reap the rewards of playing your fucking game for the better part of 10 years by sidestepping and launching his attempt at putting me into a vortex. Like, I'm sorry, if you're a new player in a fighting game, getting abused is part of the learning experience. Pretty much every game franchise went in that direction. Street Fighter largely did not. Like, Street Fighter just doesn't do that. Yes, it's more 50-50 heavy because 2D fighter, whatever. Street Fighter, you know, still pretty balls to the wall. Like, as a new player, you don't really get any gimmies. Special style is kind of whacked out. It permits for certain situations that should not be permissible. But in the larger scheme of things, it at the very least does not alter the overall formula. The formula of Tekken 8 is antithetical to the formula of earlier Tekkens. Earlier Tekkens, like, the primary skill you need to develop in older Tekkens is to when not to press buttons. Because the curve was usually like, when you're a new player, you want to press buttons because pressing buttons does things. And it also alleviates the stress of defense because you don't need to sit there and, you know, you don't need to put yourself into a self-induced paralysis by analysis panic, thinking of, well, should I stay still? Should I duck? Because, you know, defending is scary, and in order to not have to defend, you want to instinctively press buttons. And Tekken 8 enables that wholeheartedly so. Like, it has a dedicated button that says, well, I don't want to play defense. I'm just going to press this button, and I'm going to have something happen. Like, I have this almost full screen fucking reach button that's called a heat smash. And instead of being good at movement and spacing and playing the neutral game, I'm just going to press this button, and I either get my piece of flesh in the form of like 45 to 50 damage plus wall, or I'm just going to get a shit ton of plus frames, and it's still not my turn to defend.
Make some noise. We are about to get started. We're taking it.
They're still obscuring the last character in the past. I don't mind Bob. He's like the low skill Mishima. He's Mishima for someone who's bad at Tekken, which is Like, fine, I'm gonna see what they do to his overall moveset, but I'm kind of meh on this one, outside of, needing to lab another character.
Speed and wait. Bob!
These are achievable natty gains. People were saying that they expected this to be Marduk because Australia. Realistically, if this was Marduk, that's it. I would have fucking deleted the game.
Raja! Junior!
Also, who gives a fuck? Sure, I'm fine. Some people play Roger. Good for them.
Season 3. New character.
New character. Okay, so it's going to be like a totally original character, I guess. Who did we get this season? This season was what? Armor King, Anna. I forget. Who else did we get this season? Marizu. Oh, we did get a new original character this season. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So we're probably getting another original character. I would have preferred Jinpachi. Just because, listen, your game is already a fucking glorified party game. Like, this is, you're 2 strands of hair away from from fucking Smash Bros. We may as well make it silly. But apparently it's going to be an original character. We're not getting Jinpachi. Available February 9th. That's the end of this week. +1 battle stage, sure. 120 hours of early access, who gives a fuck? Like, oh, you're going to be able to, to play a character that nobody can lab, so you'll have 120 hours of just unrestricted cheese, good for you. Character costumes, gradient rainbows, I guess someone likes that. March 16th, 17th, refined balance, rank resets. You love to see it. I sure love the fucking diminishing returns of playing ranked. I guess I'm gonna have to do my Tekken God push on Reina, since I am 1 promotion away anyway. And at that point, if there's any daylight left, I may try for GOD. It's very unlikely that I will have the patience to get GOD. But we'll see. We will see. But basically, everyone's getting reset like a full color, essentially. Because this is what? This is GOD. So 1 step down is going to be Tekken God, Tekken Emperor, Tekken King. So okay, so it's the 3 steps down. Basically a full color down. Ranked is going to be a fucking bloodbath on reset. Yeah, I'm sorry if I come off very negative. Bandai Namco has not done a lot for me to feel any other way. Speaking of negativity, so we have to talk about Trench Grenade. Because Trenchy, like, I want to like the guy. He makes cool content sometimes. Is Ganryu in Tekken 8? No, he is not, thankfully. Maybe season 4. But as I was saying, Trench makes some okay content when he's actually making content, but at this point, 80% of what he makes is just slop. He's just pouring slop onto the content wheel to keep it turning because he's trying to jelk the algorithm to get him into some place of algo notoriety. I'm guessing at this point. I am guessing, but just outwardly from the choices that he is making in the titles that he's choosing, and then the thumbnails that he makes, it increasingly looks like it's just supposed to be slop. Walk in on a trench screenshot, lol. Yeah, we're about to watch a trench grenade video. I'm saying that, you know, from like the recent, let's listen, it's show don't tell actually. Let's open up Trench's channel just so that you know what I'm talking about. Like, you see these fucking thumbnails. He's definitely cashing in on some kind of like panickant attitude. I'm not sure how many of these are A/B tested. Wait, what? Packing your cultist? Oh, he's packing the deliveries. Like, here's the thing. He gets this fucking dour move, his disclaimers in every video, then he continues to talk for like approximately, you know, just over 7 minutes in each one of them. And I can't help but feel that he is just feeding the algo in hopes that it'll pick him up, and he's had good success and good growth on his channel. But some of the takes come off as very disingenuous, especially when you talk about how the fucking world is ending and the sky is about to fall any second now, but also buy my merch. Yes, sorry, at that point I just can't take you seriously. And a lot of people do that, don't get me wrong. Like, see, whenever I talk about current events, I'm squarely in the camp of nothing ever happens, and because nothing ever happens, you should just buy my merch. For example, the Oni Dojo patch that is now available on VTuber Industrial Complex on Big Cartel. See? Seamless interaction, seamless transition. But let's just watch this.
If I believed we were living under a system where elites and criminals were protected.
So, and he's now showing excerpts from the Epstein dossier and insinuating that these are like actual credible statements, while these are all of the tip line inputs. Like these tables in particular are just anonymous unverified accounts. Most of them the FBI followed up on, and it turned out to be some schizo talking about how he definitely was present at a party where the elites were performing blood rituals, and he was raped and eaten on that party. Hello, Gecko. So, like, strike one, of all the shit that you could have pulled from the Epstein papers, really? The anonymous tip line shit? Are you for real, my guy?
While normal people are told to comply, pay their taxes, keep their heads down, or else. If millions of Epstein-related documents were released pointing to deep corruption among politicians, billionaires, and celebrities, and after all of that, there were zero arrests, zero accountability, zero justice. If I watched officials...
Well, here's the thing, brother man. In order for there to be arrests, there has to be probable cause. And from everything that I've seen so far, like, surprisingly, the cabal of people who's been, you know that voice? That's Trench Grenade. Surprisingly, from a supposed cabal that does actually control a lot of what seems to be private business, they're intelligent enough to not write down "lol I rape kids" Lamau. In another Discord server, he's the big lol cow. He's the big lol cow just, in general, honestly.
Give sworn testimony only to later contradict time.
And again, nothing against Trenchy himself. He seems to be like a perfectly cool guy to hang out with. Until he starts trying to discuss shit that he barely fucking understands. This is what annoys me about a lot of the people in the 2A space. Some of them have not even been outside of the fucking country. Like, broski, you don't have an education. Why the fuck are you even talking? Why are you commenting on I'm not talking about Trench in this particular instance. I'm talking about people who I have spoken to. Like, I've spoken to people, for example, inside of GOA. Like, the dude has no fucking concept that, that countries outside of America exist. Like, he knows that they generally exist, but the dude thought that Russia is still like legitimately a continuing communist country. And it's not something that you can fix by reading a book. It's a whole fucking mindset. It is a mindset of a self-imposed panic of someone who has drunk so much of the fucking Kool-Aid that they can't put the ladle down, and they should have.
Timelines and facts publicly that resulted in no consequences whatsoever, as victims were exposed while the powerful were shielded and the system closed ranks instead of opening cases. If I believed I was living in a nation where the First Amendment was openly questioned, where speech was no longer debated but managed, and people were threatened with lawsuits for simply saying the wrong thing.
Where? Can you, what fucking lawsuits are you talking about, my man? What are you on? Out of the lolcow trench grenade is the lowest level of the pyramid. Again, he's not. The thing about Trench, he also has good informational videos. His videos on like community organizing, on structuring logistics, on knowing where your people are, setting up, those are good videos. He has good information to share because he's in the fucking US Army. He's active military. Like, he has access to good educational material. He's disseminating that. But here's the thing. You could just be Garand Thumb with less child support. But instead, you choose to be a bargain bin Alex Jones with like half of the charisma.
If I believed the Second Amendment only existed on paper, and by exercising it meant being treated like you were carrying an atomic bomb,
while also, by the way, being significantly less frequently correct than Alex Jones.
As if lawful carry implied criminal intent by default. And if through all this, I felt like the nation and the system I was told to trust, the one that claimed legitimacy, accountability, and equal justice.
Brother, you are currently enlisted in the U.S. military. I don't know what to tell you. You are part of the system, my brother in Christ.
Had quietly dissolved before our very eyes, not in a single dramatic collapse, but piece by piece, headline by headline, excuse by excuse. If on top of all of that, war warnings were escalating overseas.
You see this? You see, like, when the moment the merch comes out, I no longer take this seriously. The moment your fucking knockoff 40K merchandise enters the system, that is it. I am fucking done.
Threatening to Iran, supply chains were tightening, ammo and components were drying up, and leadership's only...
Like, at this point, he is just asking for a Games Workshop C&D. He wants Games Workshop to send him a cease and desist that he can then farm for content talking about how the Redcoats are limiting his First Amendment speech.
Only response was, comply, stay calm. While public trust evaporated, then no. I wouldn't assume stability.
Public trust is not evaporating, my guy. Nobody gives a fuck. That's the thing. The normies are still watching sports ball. The normies are well medicated. They're good.
Was guaranteed.
Also, I'm pretty sure T-Rex Arms may also try to slap you with a C&D. The fact that he invoked the petty shooting like it was some kind of bad thing is vile. Yes, that was also kind of a fucking L. That situation, for some reason, so many commentators managed to put their entire dick in their mouth is just fascinating to me. Notice how Valhalla VFT just has not come out with any kind of correction. He talked mad shit about the people present there. He said, oh, like, they barely fucking train, fucking desk jockey, hired off the streets ICE agents, when it turned out these weren't even ICE agents. Those were fucking CBP. Those were fucking force veterans that did everything by the book, just up to a fucking T.
I wouldn't rely on
And if that fucking retard wasn't carrying a fucking ND hazard, maybe he still would have been alive.
reassurances from institutions that just demonstrated they won't police themselves. I would assume the system is broken, and I wouldn't panic, but I would prepare responsibly within the law, before scarcity, before chaos, and before the shelves were emptied, because history doesn't punish people for being prepared. It punishes people who believe the system would save them.
See, and that's a good statement. So like that is a good truism. But because it sits on a pile of meaningless platitudes, bordering on retarded panic and talking points, it is very difficult to take you seriously, Trench. Like, just again, all you had to do was just give out good information. Remember, friends, your P320 will get you killed. I mean, realistic in more ways than one. However, all you have to do, if you choose to carry a P320, at the very least, don't get into fights with cops, okay?
Today, we're going to talk about controlled panic buying. Hit the like button. Every single member of the almighty combat llama herd in service to the undying golden emperor of mankind.
The ROE and use of force is too lax considering they're up against violent terrorists. Also true. Soul of 2B. Okay, the nickname seems to be okay. You know what? You've managed to catch my name out of. I'm going to assume that you're not a bot. You're also not marked as a first-time chatter, so maybe I'm just misremembering you. But hello there, Soul of 2B. That's also a very interesting way to name yourself as an because like realistically, what is the most memorable thing about 2B's design? It's her cheeks. Oh, 2B from none. Okay, sorry about that, my guy. Sorry, I'm just very on guard. Like, you don't see the kick chat because like every communication I get there is a fucking bot. So I'm a little bit on the paranoid and very guarded state of mind right now. Yeah. We're pointing fun at people who are stoking the flames of panic, and while also remembering to huck their own merch. So stick around. We're gonna point and laugh a little bit. Don't always catch me live, but when you do like to join, why, thank you. That's much appreciated.
And panic buying enjoyer alike, hit the like button. Leave your never-ending combat llama emojis down below, and grab a US-made limited edition cultist patch. Every single cultist patch is shipping out this week.
Like again, what Trench does well, he's created a number of mantras that he keeps repeating. He keeps driving them into the minds of their audience. Like at some point, most people who are reactive in their behavior are going to bend, and they're going to do that. They're going to give in to the herd behavior. It is ironic that he literally calls his viewers a herd of llamas. So that part is good. That's very good content design, which further suggests to me that he's just putting out slop. He is just jilking the algorithm to get more out of his fucking YouTube channel, and that is all he's doing. And I'm sorry, I can't respect that, especially when you're dressing that in a sense of urgency. You're all out in your fucking kit in the middle of the forest with your balaclava on, talking about how civil war, but not right now. Right now, buy the patch, but also civil war. Do you have friends that you can reach by car in less than 2 hours? You don't? You're gonna fucking die alone. See, like, fuck, man. Like, you pick a lane. I was mentioning streaming on Kick. What are you doing on your YouTube? I don't know, man. You choose to watch on YouTube. It's like, I'm not gonna kink shame. I mean, Kick is a fucking dump anyway. But moving on.
I shipped them out.
We're not even 3 minutes in. This is already insufferable to watch.
Personally, they're for your helmet, your plate carrier, and to rep this almighty herd. It's a limited edition run, US made, soft rubber on the front, Velcro on the back, about 2¼ inches wide, 4 inches tall, and that will help us purge the heretic foe. Most importantly, for that patch, email me your order number at trenchgrenade@AOL, and
Again, good on him for putting down his own money for a P320 and just beating the shit out of it in a live test. Like, good on you, man. Like, that's good content, and that's what he started with. And then it just turns to shit.
that will get you access to a closed Discord server where you can find buddies to train with and to game with and stay up late.
I'll be real, Trench. I'm not sure that I want to be in a community of people who would give you money. I'm gonna be completely real.
And talk about the system.
It's a cool grift. It's very cool. Like, I really like the purchaser, verified purchaser only ticket to entry. Maybe I should sequester portions of the Discord only to people who have bought the patch. Now that I think about it, this is actually good tech.
That is collapsing before our very eyes.
You like Kick? Sure.
Thank you so much for engaging with the video. Share it with everybody you know, and sound off in the comments below if you're awake and paying attention to everything going on around you. Based on the precedents and the situation I have just established in the introduction, it is in fact time to panic buy. Now, I have to preface this. If you are not in a financial situation of stability and you cannot effectively purchase the things that we're going to discuss here today to ensure that you are prepared for the inevitable situation and eventual situation of a without rule of law situation.
No. We're not kicking anyone from the Discord. I'm going to set up a secret clubhouse only for people who bought the patch. You can always just buy the patch and be allowed into the secret part of the Discord. I'm kidding. For one, like, what the fuck are we going to do in the closed segment of the Discord? Like, what is the appeal?
Scenario, make sure you act responsibly and accordingly. However, it would appear now,
I would still appreciate if you bought the patch.
More so than ever, and filming on the Trench Grenade channel, that we are in a fast approaching situation without rule of law. So I'm not going to fluff it up here today.
So he says panic buy, but if you can't panic buy, well, then don't panic buy. That's great. That's just fantastic.
We're going to get right into what I recommend you have right now on hand. This will not come as a shock for many of you, but it should come as a reality check. First and foremost, and again, I'm not going to fluff it up at all. You need to have a go-to rifle. Okay. Follow your state and local laws. This is an advocation of defense, not an advocation for you to go out and do anything crazy. But you need to have a rifle system.
So you're in the new job. You're looking for patches for the patch panel. Nice. Well, the patches, it's evergreen because they're made to order. So, like, whatever, again, I am always on the side of being financially responsible. That's why I try to not paywall. I try to not gouge people for money. This is not the purpose of this channel. Like, if you really like the way the patch looks, and I personally believe that it's a bitchin' patch. I designed it. I really like it. I wear one on my plate carrier and another one on my chest rig. Like, it's good enough that I wear it day to day. So I feel comfortable advertising it. But this is extra. This is shits and giggles. Like, remember, being financially responsible pays dividends, and debt is a very heavy fucking rock to lug around. But to the point, see, like, again, Trench is, like, he has good information, and the things that he says are frequently good. For example, having, like, your one go-to rifle, for example, that's good advice. That's a true thing. You need to have your one primary, your one real fighting rifle. Like, if shit pops off, that is the weapon that you reach for, and that is the weapon that you can operate under stress. You can get hits on a man-sized target from reasonable distances. You know how to clear malfunctions. You know how to reload under pressure. You know how that gun works because that is your primary arm. And you should have at least one of those. Ideally, you should have just one of those, and everything else is, things that are situational or collector's items, whatever. But you need to have a fighting rifle as a primary, as a priority. And that's good advice. But that advice is covered in, like, 4 minutes of shit that preceded in the video. You liked the patch enough to buy it? See, there you go. We have a satisfied customer in the Kick chat over there.
A good optic, not a cheap Chinesium, whatever, not something that you're cutting corners on. You need to have a go-to-war rifle system that is bomb-proof. If you don't have that right now and you're sitting on a just as good, whatever, you insert brand name here, and you're sitting on that option for your rifle, your optic, your sling, your light, your laser, on that rifle, whatever your long gun of choosing is, you need to square that away.
Yep. Also, again, big agree on that one. Whenever you're actually building out a tool for some real use as a real fallback, you need to build that bitch well. And again, that is a good message to send. All of the just as good cope, all of that goes out of the window when you're setting up your primary piece of gear. That's why I am slower to set up my Glock, because rather than, buying a fucking Vortex red dot for it, and Vortex makes fine red dots for certain situations, it's fine for a concealed carry because there's just not a better optic option for the 43X. But for a full-size Glock, no, I'm going with a Trijicon RMR, or an RCR for that matter, because I need the full-sized Glock that's going to live on, like, my war belt. I need that shit to run. Not only do I need it to run very consistently with any ammo that I could opportunistically find, it also needs to be built up of parts that are good enough for me to be able to beat someone to death with that Glock if I have to. It has to be a shooting brick. It has to be a shooting brick as its primary function, but it also needs to be able to be used as an actual fucking brick to bash someone's face in. And a Glock 19X with a Trijicon RMR is definitely fit for purpose there. I'm not concerned that my zero is going to shift, or that it's not going to cycle certain loads, or the ejector is going to break the fuck in half from a single magazine of steel cased ammo or what have you.
The ammunition that you should have in that should not just be, if you're choosing to do a 5.56, which most of you probably are, you should probably get some 77 OTMs or 62 grain expanding projectile of your choosing. If you're in a situation like Nighthawk and I, oftentimes, in our decision-making process, and you're going to run a PCC, such as a CMMG Banshee or a H&K MP5, which I'll have a video on probably tomorrow or the next day doing the unboxing and building out. But if you're doing a PCC and
PCCs in larger calibers like 45 or 10 mil, very solid choices for small framed shooters. So yeah.
Glock combination where it's 9mm and 9mm, you need to make sure you are actually loading all of that with 124 grain full hollow point ammunition, making sure you have either 147s or 124 grain, or if you like 115 because you like the faster stuff, but you need to make sure your ammunition in that is actually squared away. Right now is not the time to go out gambling with Full Metal Jacket or 55 grain M193. So whatever your scenario is with your family, if you're choosing 5.56, or if you're choosing a PCC, for more of a PDW approach and a lightweight, defensive choice, whatever your decision making is, you need to have the best optic, the best light.
Yep, that's, again, my home defense rifle is a SIG MCX set up with polymer tip, and that has a holographic EOTech sight on it, a good light, a good everything, things that I know are reliable. Your Glock 40 is a cinder block of a piece. No, there you go. Rugo LC Carnine is on a big sale on PSA right now, $500 for 45 ACP. Sure, Seku, but Ruger. not to cast shade. Let's see if I can actually Google it. See, like, Ruger does not strike me as a company with a good reputation. Okay. Like, of all the things, if I were to recommend a PCC to someone, I would probably go with the CMMG stuff.
The best laser, the best sling that you can afford right now, and it needs to be ready to go, lubricated, cleaned, zeroed, and all of the things. And you need to, more importantly, know how to dry fire and use it. This same thing applies with your handgun. Now is not the time, even though I'm a PSA dagger enjoyer, even though I like, testing the TSOS 1911s, even though I like testing guns like that. Now is not the time to be risking your life with a cheaper option. Whatever the best, most reliable handgun choice that you can find and use, that's what I recommend.
Just as good, bros, in shambles.
For our situation, just to put things in perspective, tying in with my MP5 is going to be a Glock 19, okay? I go back and forth between the Glock 17 Gen 5 and Glock 19 Gen 5, but if we're being honest, Nighthawk and I, most of the time, she has her Gen 3 and I have my Gen 5 for our belt systems, and that's just what we fall back on. So same thing applies with that. I typically do not recommend red dot for a serious thing, a serious option. However, I have a ton of 507 comps, Holosen 507 comps, and Trijicon RMRs. Whatever you choose to do, it needs to be squared away. And if you don't have that system squared away now, and you've been memeing a little bit too hard, you've been doing too much of the cheaper options out there, I'm telling you right now might be the time that you go out and get.
Even though you're a Slavaboo, your main rifle is a DDM-4A1. See, that's a solid choice. That's definitely a gun that's gonna run. God, I want a Daniel defense. Like, the intrusive thought of just going and buying a Mark 18 pursues me to no end.
What you actually need. Now, I got to say something right now. If you think, regardless of wherever you fall on the political spectrum,
like realistically, I paid for my suppressor back in December, and I'm having fucking buyer's remorse every day that tax stamp isn't coming back from the ATF, because I could have just added a little bit of money on top, and I could have bought a Daniel Defense Mark 18 with a brace, and I could have had it in enforced reset mode now, and I'm so fucking salty about that. Been resisting to urge to buy a Mark 18. I mean, you just need to swap out your upper, though. Definitely need to ask y'all for information on self-defense or fun and range, or showing off with friends. You're learning some good info. Didn't know you was going to learn randomly. So, if you are so inclined, join the Discord. There you go. Join the link. There's a dedicated channel for firearm stuff. It's called Tread on Them. And to post any pictures, links, if you have purchasing questions, if you have like training questions, that goes there, or you can ask them in chat. More than happy to answer to the extent that I'm able to. You want a whole new setup to go with not just an upper? Well, it's no. Now you're just being a spoiled little brat there. Like, ooh, I want my dedicated Mark 18. Ooh, it has to be peanut butter FDE. See, if you wanted it badly enough, you would have just bought a quad rail upper and you would have been done with it.
If you fall on the left, if you fall on the right, it doesn't matter.
It's the same lower. It is the same lower.
If you think that a pro Second Amendment party is going to win the midterms, or is going to win in the next presidential election, or if you even think that matters at this point, given what happened yesterday with the Epstein files, I'm telling you right now,
how is the 2A implicated in the Epstein file? Like, he's just throwing out buzzwords. It does not make sense. You want a Henry so fucking bad it's unreal. Okay, Henry lever actions are cool as hell. However, it is the least practical gun that you can think of. Like, I'm sorry, a 3D printed Liberator is more practical. Okay, fine. Maybe that's a little bit too memey. But a lever action is cool, don't get me wrong. But it's still a safe queen. If you have all of your other bases covered, if you're good on ammo for all of your primaries, and you have all of your other niches filled, go ham, brother. I would recommend looking for an integrally suppressed lever action gun, just because it's silly and it's completely fucking absurd. Like, you can find, there are lever guns chambered in 45 ACP that are integrally suppressed, and it's the silliest shit ever. I've shot a number of those at the GOA event. It's stupid fun for relatively not a lot of money, really.
This is not the time to be, oh, well, nothing ever happens and the nothing ever happens crowd. This is the time where you need to go out and grab what you need.
Well, here's the thing. Nothing ever happens is not antithetical to repairing. I am a am a staunch advocate of nothing ever happening. However, there is a loaded gun by my bed. There is a loaded gun on my desk. Like you're not gonna catch me slipping. There is a plate carrier by my desk right now with level 4 ceramic plates. Nothing ever happens, but boy, if it does, I'm gonna be the first one there.
What you need is a new handgun, then you need to go get it. If what you need is better ammunition or better magazines, then you need to go get it. Because what I'm telling you
Nothing ever happens all in, exactly.
right now, it does not look, based on the political scenario that I'm seeing and estimating in the future, that any sort of pro Second Amendment or even pro First Amendment politician, if there's even that if there's any that even exist anymore, will be in office in the next 4 years.
So for one, Trump is not going anywhere until 28. He is going to veto any, like, even in the scenario that Democrats manage to retake the House in the midterms, which is a slim possibility, by the way. Oh, sorry about that. How do I undo that? How do I, Seku, you got filtered. You're too retarded to care. You want further develop your cowboy action shooting skills. Yeah, hell yes, suppressed lever action, awesome. Let me see if I can wrangle the auto Janny to not do that. Kick of all places being triggered by the word retarded is fantastic. Shut the fuck up. The word retarded is... Okay, let's see. Moderation. AI moderation. Unfiltered. There you go. I'm perfectly capable of issuing bans myself. Feel free to repost that message or moderate that AI. Buck break the wire back. Show that clanker who's boss. Hey there, Digby.
If you need it, you need to go grab it. Now that we
And again, I'm going to be buying more ammo. Again, nothing ever happens. However, I will be buying more polymer tip ammo because it's time to cycle out the self-defense stuff that I had staged. Just because, you know, it's exposed to the elements, it's not in an airtight container, it sits there all day in a magazine. Kick that chrome skin. I need to cycle out my carry gun self-defense ammo, so I'm gonna be rebuying my stock of spear gold dot stuff. So like, yeah, nothing ever happens. However, you know, I'm gonna spend a good $200 on just self-defense ammo. There's energy in Clanker, real grit. It's probably the hard R that does it.
we've discussed, no longer messing around if you were before, you know, with your cheapo rifle and cheapo ammo and cheapo handgun, and you have all that squared away. We need to talk about plate carriers, okay?
Okay.
Level 4.
Yep.
There's tons of brands out there. I'm not going to advocate for any specifically here today. There's a tons of good options. I've ran Hesco's in the past.
There's also tin skin, so 2B if you like that. I prefer that one to chrome skin. You need to learn how to make ammo. It's relatively easy, as long as any of the, well, like, it's completely unregulated here. Tin skin, yeah, it has a better ring to it. Wireback is, I like Wireback actually. Tin skin and Wireback are probably my favorite ones. The reloading is relatively easy. It's a tedious and repetitive process. And then there's a question of, you know, like, do you want to be that guy who tries to collect the brass as it's being shot? You probably don't. It's easy to make in the US where some components are unregulated. All of the components are unregulated. There are shipping regulations for the propellant and the primers, but that's about it. And that's a headache for whatever logistical company is handling that, not for you. You're talking making ammo in somewhere those things are not available. I am going to, so there are being advances made in being able to 3D print ammunition. You may still need the projectile. I think they still use conventional projectiles. Then again, shotguns can use anything as a projectile. Shotguns can use ball bearings as projectiles. So as long as you figure out, you know, an acceptable performance medium for the shell, no one can stop you. quite a few guides out there now, and black powder is not regulated here, I think. Is smokeless powder regulated? I'm trying to think. So you could start with, I wonder if, so you can cannibalize primers from flare guns. Probably the rim of the casing as well. I'm not sure. Pennies on the dollar on your 2/3. Smokeless is unfortunately regulated. I feel like 3D printing is the answer. 3D printing has to. Well, for one, you can just make smokeless gunpowder, can you? It's a mildly hazardous process, but not that difficult. So is black powder, unfortunately. That's too bad. But I'm pretty sure you can make smokeless gunpowder from just household chemicals. So I would we can look for the archived video of Brandon Herrera making the Shinzo Abe shotgun. Was going full made artisan ammo. I mean, I suggest shotgun shells unless you want to invest into into a foundry with a kiln in order to be able to cast, like copper projectiles that then have to be made to a certain spec. It depends on the depth of your investment. You can do that. Well, there you go. So either shotguns or you get to, you were a blacksmith for a bit. Well, fine. There you go then. You as long as you can source casting forms for the exact, dimensions of a projectile and the caliber that you want to manufacture, then it's only a question of, looking up what the advancements are in 3D printing projectiles, because I think people have so far 3D printed caseless projectiles where the case itself is the propellant, and the propellant is the filament is the propellant that's being printed around the projectile in order to create the pressure inside of the bore to push it out at, requisite speeds. I've seen the 3D printed anti-drone munitions coming out of the Ukrainian war. I have not. If you have any links, feel free to share.
What I will say is this: whatever your life is worth, if you're going to be in any sort of suburban area, you need to have, I would recommend an OpScore helmet, ballistic helmet, and I would recommend level 4 plates and a
helmet is also solid. I need to cross that one off the checklist as well. I need to get myself a helmet. I need to get ears for the helmet, and I need to get nods.
Lightweight plate carrier system. If you're going to be fighting potentially for your life in a suburban environment, you need to make sure your plate carrier is squared away now. This 3A and all this lightweight, special threat plates and stuff like that, you need to factor in what your life is worth. If your life is worth whatever plates you're putting on, and if that's steel plates, you might want to reassess, okay?
Listen, a good set of ceramics with a plate carrier is like $700 MSRP, and it's very much a pay once, cry once kind of deal. Go find a video. Basically, it's a 3D printed Sabo that replaces the warhead you mean the projectile, because the 7.62x39 doesn't have warheads, but never mind. Of AKs and RPKs, it said Sabo contains a couple of ball bearings. That's actually kind of cool. Okay. So they use a polymer Sabo projectile that breaks open into ball bearings.
So you need to look at what you got. If your plates aren't at the level they need to be, level 4 rifle threat, and you don't have a good plate carrier, and you don't have a squared away battle belt and a squared away helmet and some sort of ear protection system that actually works.
Again, why are you showing us anonymous reports on the tip line? Some of them as recent as 2025.
In conjunction with all of that, whether it be on arc rails or whatever, you need to reassess, and you need to go grab it now. And again, I don't like to be the guy saying the sky is falling, but yesterday the sky fell again, and the nothing ever happens crowd. Well, guess what? It looks like we're about to go to war with Iran, It looks like we're about to go to war in Argentina and Greece.
No, we're not. Why are we going to war in Argentina? Excuse me? Why? What is this? Like, why does... Once again, I'm going to reiterate my complaint about Trench. He has, like, a solid chunk of information that he's giving, and it's going to be bracketed in the most nonsensical schizo shit you can imagine. Because Maduro doom posting. What is there to fucking doom post? We blackbagged the guy. Everyone was just like, damn, they can just do that. Holy shit. And it stopped there. You must sleep. Good night, Sort of a Demon. Thank you for checking in. You need a trauma kit? You do need a trauma kit. Ideally, you need 2 trauma kits. One for you that lives on your cummerbund that someone in your group knows to pull off of you in order to plug holes in you. Another one that is readily available with blood-stopping equipment for you to use on a random casualty or on someone who's not like in your structure who you need to prevent from bleeding out. I don't currently have mine set up. Blackbagged the guy, and the rest of the Venezuelan government seems to be bending the knee. Meanwhile, isn't the Argentina leader friendly with Trump? Friendlier with Trump in his inner circle? He's absolutely friendly with Trump. He's a rabid libertarian. What the fuck do you mean? Argentina is an ally. Fuck it. What's Bukele's realm? God damn it. Which country is Nayib Bukele the president of? El Salvador. El Salvador is an ally. Colombia is bending the knee. Like, I'm sorry, nothing ever happens. The nothing ever happens, bros. Keep eating so good, it's not even funny. There's a screenshot, an image that's cropped and edited or whatever. You mean the one on screen? Well, it's cropped to not show where this is not so here's the thing. This is not cropped in a disinformative way. This table contains anonymous reports that came in on tip lines that the FBI explored to a certain extent. But like 90% of this shit is just, unhinged schizobabble. Sometimes you need a little shock and awe. Yeah, sometimes you need to remind everyone who's the biggest swinging dick. Some would say in the hemisphere, I would say in the world. Yeah, exactly. It's a tip line from anonymous tipsters, completely unverified, with zero evidence. And all of these leads were investigated by the FBI. Again, like all of the Marjorie Taylor Greene fans, all of the Ro Khanna Glazers, Thomas Massey, like, I'm sorry, you're all getting Fell for It Again awards. You managed to spin a nothing burger into all of that, into throwing mad shade. Weren't a bunch of these from around the election? Yes.
Greenland and Taiwan. Ukraine is still at war.
Greenland is already settled. Nothing ever happens. We just got shit that we wanted for free, and that's it. Denmark gets to keep most of Greenland, and we secured our key locations and mining rights for free. Nothing is happening with Greenland.
War. And guess what?
Taiwan is also not happening because C was just shown that we can still just do shit.
But now it looks like the system that we've all trusted for our entire lives has collapsed before our very eyes.
Brother, you are in the system. You're active enlisted military. What the fuck are you talking about?
So if you don't have your plate carrier system, or if you're choosing to run a check.
Also, how is me owning a plate carrier? What does me owning a plate carrier have to do with the war for Taiwan that's not going to happen, or with the war with Iran that is still not happening a full year later, mind you? Like, it has been a full year since we have all allegedly died for Israel in a war with Iran. As for Taiwan, you'd say the main thing holding them back is X's military purges. I mean, even without purging the military, Digby, are you still in ads? Let me remind all of the people of the socials there. There you go. So let's wait for the Twitch refugees. Actually, while ads are running, I'm gonna go and take a brisk bathroom break and also refill my drink, and I suggest y'all do the same. Alright, where were we?
Chest rig, if you don't have a squared away one ready to go, you need to go reassess. Okay, boots. There's tons of different boots. Gore-Tex, I like Solomon's. There's tons of different boots out there. You need to have a good basic level of Equix, okay? If that's Silkies, Waffles, some sort of windbreaker top, you need to have some good squared away pants as well, and boots, right? Solomon's. This is
Okay, you're obviously there. You go. You just can't believe we're having a war for Taiwan after having a war with Greenland, after having a war with Venezuela, after having a war with Iran, after having a war with Canada, after having a war with Greenland the first time. Yeah, pretty up. Oh, hey there, 2B, there you are. That's actually very well put, Sweet Naja. Like, I'm sorry, I'm tired of all of the nothing ever happens wars. And mind you, before that, we also had a war that didn't happen with Iran even before that, when the Trump's admin took a targeted strike against one of the military leadership. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not looking good. The happening crowd, your bets are just continuing to fucking flop. Meanwhile, I'm over here sitting pretty, constantly going all in on nothing. You're still angry about dying for Israel last year? Understandable. A war with China might happen. They've just declared the death penalty for child sexual abuse with no exceptions. Okay, and how is, like, you see, I sort of see what you're trying to angle at, Digby, but I refuse to entertain your your honestly very stretched out premise. I understand that as an Englishman, you want to believe that absolutely all of the elites are are pederasts at best. However, the Epstein papers are actually proof of the fact that the circle of actual malignant pedophiles is very limited, and incidentally, a lot of them are actually British. Hello, Prince Andrew. Are they going to war with the UK as well? I mean, they do have a lot more secret police stations in London than they do anywhere else. Why am I... just a second, I need to check if the lazy eye only happens when I look at OBS or if it's just consistent. Honestly, a toss-up of who you will side with, the communists or the gay race communists. You have a good point. GB, you can type in the Twitch chat. The first of all, ads are over, or stay in the YouTube one. Friend is about to swing by and smoke. Yeah. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you for checking in, 2B. Always appreciate the company. Seiko, how the fuck did you change colors in the Kick chat? Are you just allowed to do that? We should go with the to war with the UK. They need to be freedomized. Freedomized is definitely an expression of all time. Got YouTube open when ad starts playing. Good man. You're now modern problems require modern solutions. Skidhar Puchaya does not inflict ads on us yet, so we will use him to scam Dan Clancy out of our eyeballs.
To stuff that you need to assess now. A good knife. I can't stress it enough. A good white light, a good knife, a lighter, a headlamp. You could go down the whole rabbit hole with what you need in your chest rig and what you need on your person. The point is, if there's things in your actual system that you've been putting off.
I mean, okay, listen, we get the point. Again, Trenchy's advice, when it's actual advice and not just his schizo ramblings, is pretty good. If he would stop clout chasing, click chasing, I don't know what he's doing. Whatever the hell kind of dragon he's chasing, he needs to fucking stop. You know, huck your merch, huck your community, go for it, but the panic and shit is getting very obnoxious. And it's very difficult to believe and onboard the sense of urgency if you're doing that in the same breath of like, oh yeah, the world is ending tomorrow, bros, but also join my Discord. Like, what the fuck, man? Pick a lane.
Honestly, not a crazy question to ask, and here's why.
All right, just a second. Let's tune down your volume first of all, guy, and let's hear the thesis.
Should I quit judo and jujitsu? It's honestly not a crazy question to ask, and here's why. So back in 2022, I started one of the most crazy competition sprees ever. I literally gave up my apartment to travel the world as a jujitsu nomad, competing every 1 to 2 weeks across the US, Europe, Japan, and even Brazil, all as a blue belt. At one point, I was even the 11th highest spender in...
Competing every 2 weeks is completely wild. That's a very, very unnecessarily harsh competition regimen for one. Second of all, boy, are you gonna collect some gnarly injuries. Just the wear and tear from that intensity is not going to do you any favors.
IBJJF tournament fees, according to this guy who tracked it. And for a season, I even hit #1 in the world in 2 different weight classes. Since then, I've done close to 300 jiu-jitsu matches across 80 tournaments, mostly in...
Bro is just training at the tournament at this point, which I would honestly recommend against.
Just a couple years. And then on top of that, I've done judo tournaments, beach wrestling, and even sumo. And that's not even counting some of the crazy YouTube stuff like challenging 20 white belts in a row, competing in the Ultimate Self-Defense Championship in Lithuania, and dojo storming multiple judo black belts. All of that sounds really cool on paper, and it's been...
Something Himalayas cropped up from your, in the Epstein files. You know the fabric covering the cube in Mecca? he bought a piece of it and used it as a carpet. Okay, kind of based. I'm not sorry. You say what you want. Evil pedophile he might be. However, hats off. I have to recognize. I'm gonna call balls and strikes. That's kind of banger.
And super fun, but there's a side to it that I haven't really talked about, and that is my body is completely breaking down. And my body wasn't really even built for this. I went from super overweight and unhealthy to competing a lot in a very short period.
So first of all, that's a nonsensical statement. My body isn't built for this. Our body is built to procreate and then rapidly die, preferably before the age of 25. I don't know what you're on, man. Like, you put yourself into a situation of acquiring a lot of physical strain, a lot of physical wear and tear in a realistically very, very unreasonable regiment, and you're surprised that you're getting hurt. I'm more surprised that you're not more seriously injured with that kind of approach. The House of Saud showing their true colors again. Were they the ones to sell that? It would be hilarious if they did.
And now I've been injured for the last 3 months. Again. A big part of this was weight cutting.
Okay, but weight cutting. Okay, so here we are. It's weight cutting. Sorry, but like that's not a judo or Brazilian jiu-jitsu problem. It's a weight cutting problem. You're already past your expiration date? We all are.
Oftentimes it was anywhere from 1 to 5 pounds. Other times, more rarely, it was closer to 15. But over time, I know.
Yeah, no shit, my guy. You are competing in a high speed, very dangerous contact sport with barely any collagen left in your system, and you're surprised that you're getting injured and it's somehow the sport's fault?
I noticed I was just more tired, everything hurt during training, and recovery time was a lot slower. I tried to keep lifting at least once per week to stay strong and prevent injuries, but that's not nearly enough, and when you're
Lifting while cutting doesn't prevent injuries. Lifting while cutting prevents muscle loss. It doesn't do shit for your injury prevention. Your injury prevention hinges entirely on your supplementation and on your ability to shovel enough protein into your system to repair damage while cutting weight. There is no, like, the thing with cutting weight, and I say that as someone who's currently dealing with an injury that originates in my most recent weight cut. There's just no, like, I'm sorry, bodybuilders train the way they do for a reason, and it looks silly, but they have the highest success rate of not getting injured during planned cuts. And they are the only ones who manage to do that.
Constantly traveling, competing, trying to find gyms, cutting weight, it gets very difficult. It's almost like I did this to myself. During
Excellent point made.
this time, I'd had smaller injuries that I could bounce back from, like a sprained MCL, but then came the first real injury. In Portugal, a guy landed hard on my shoulder, which sprained my AC joint, but I ignored it and I just kept training. Then
Yeah, no. See, like, again, if you're going to do unreasonable things, you can't blame it on the sport. If you're going to, like, my most recent spinal injury, which was thankfully a minor injury, it was basically a nerve impingement, but it's a judo-derived injury. It's a confluence of factors of me having a pre-existing injury in that site, getting it sort of injured all the way in an unfortunate training event. I realized that that's on me. That was on me. I trained through an injury that was not resolved. I continued going, even with limited speeds. I was exposed to a stimulus. I snapped my shit in half. I was miserable for 2 weeks, and I understand that I am predominantly to blame for that. I'm not going to go, well, I'm not going to make a video, well, judo bad because I hurt. One day the crude biomatter that you call a temple will wither. But the machine is immortal.
And in LA, in my third and final match of the day, I landed directly on it and it turned into a grade 2 AC joint separation. That put me out for a couple months and I actually still deal with it today.
Yeah, that sounds like something that you did to yourself, because I had an AC joint sprain earlier this year. You know what I did? I backed the fuck off in order to continue to be able to train. Because when you do dumb shit, especially as an adult, especially in contact sports, every stupid decision you make will cost you time on the mats long term. Every stupid decision that you double down on will cost you quality of life. And it's not a problem with the sport, although BJJ, trust you me, has a ton of safety issues. That's a you problem.
But ironically, that injury led to a huge mindset shift. I couldn't train, but I lifted weights, learned about the ecological approach, traveled to train with Greg Souders, and made some of my most important videos. Then came the rib saga. I first popped a rib in Austin in the open class, but I rushed back to competing, stopped paying as much attention to strength training, and since I already had a weak core, I was basically setting myself up for injuries later. Which brings us to 2025. I popped the same rib in a competition, then went to Lithuania to film USDC and got kneed in the exact same spot, hospital trip included. And then when I thought I'd finally healed, I did a challenge grappling 20 white belts and ended up with a fractured rib, heat exhaustion, and COVID, all at the same time.
Well, it's not, yes, he is overdoing it. He's going against like any piece of advice anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together would give you. And he's doing that for the gram. He's doing that for the content. Like, he's picked a shtick of, while I compete a lot. That's great, brother. Have you considered like just training a lot in, in a cyclical fashion, observing mesocycles in a fashion that is going to actually, insulate you within reasonable margins, of course, from injury, and then allow you to focus on the skill set as opposed to, perpetually competing as a blue belt?
And then on top of that, in the meantime, I'd been dealing with groin pain, mostly from judo. Just a few months ago, I did a tournament where I was competing in 2 divisions back to back, and I did 9 matches.
See, consider just sitting down and relaxing. Like, sitting down and relaxing is not for everyone. I am also the restless type. If I am not actively, like, if I don't have work in front of me, and if I don't have some kind of opium in the form of video games, then I will be actively anxious if I'm not doing something productive with my time. And productive is a very stretchy term here. By productive, I mean if I'm not cutting up VODs, or editing a new episode of the podcast, or learning to play the bamboo flute, or practicing my shogi problems. If I'm not being, somewhat productive, somewhat engaged intellectually in either acquiring a skill or maintaining an existing one, I get very jittery and very anxious. And, martial arts are also a means of offsetting that. I feel like I'm putting hours into an activity that I perceive as useful, and that sort of keeps me sane. Sitting down and relaxing is not for everyone. I understand that, but there's still a reasonable way to do that. For example, being the temperament that I am, being highly anxious and always wanting to do something, I currently am recovering from a back injury that I would prefer to not repeat. Because it is very miserable when you have an injury that makes laying down so painful that you can't turn and therefore can't sleep. So I would like to not do that. Because of that, I am gradually easing into my normal training regimen after a period of rehab, while supporting myself with some juicy research chemicals to make sure that all of my soft tissue is recovering in the process. And I've warned my judo gym that I'm going to be out for a couple of months because I need to do the restructuring work, because I don't want to re-injure my shit halfway through. It doesn't mean that I need to lay down and just drop doing anything. Like, I went to lift weights a couple of days back. Like, I still have pretty nasty late onset muscle soreness around my chest. it's a problem of intelligently designing your training and not just doubling and tripling down on a gimmick. And it sure looks like the dude is way too committed to the gimmick.
In a row and was limping afterwards. But I kept challenging judo black belts for YouTube and doing more crazy shit anyway, until I eventually noticed a small bulge in my lower abs, and that put me completely out of training. I couldn't even do a sit-up and I couldn't even go for a jog. It turns out to be athletic pubalgia, a soft tissue injury of the lower abdominal wall, which sometimes requires surgery. It can also lead to hernias, but luckily, after about 3 months out, I'm finally making a little bit of progress and even trained for the first time yesterday, but I'm far from recovered. So, do I want to quit jiu-jitsu and judo? Well, before I answer that, here's what I learned. First, rehab.
There's a sponsor plug in this. I'm gonna skip that shit.
Isn't magic. You just need to strengthen the injured area. For my shoulder, that meant back, chest, and shoulder work. For ribs, it was rest and core strength.
I mean, yeah, having some kind of muscular structure around most of the places that get most impacts will generally insulate you from a lot of opportunistic injuries. Being mostly a congealed ball of muscle actually makes you harder to kill, but also harder to get hurt.
And for the pubalgia, actually the thing that's been helping the most is really working on the posterior chain, so it's been lots of glute bridges. And second, you need to lift heavy to avoid injury, but you need to avoid overdoing it. I lost a bunch of muscle while traveling during that time, so I overcompensated and tried to do a bunch of heavy squats and GHD sit-ups, which probably contributed to this latest injury. And third, if you're injured, don't restrict calories. I did that to avoid gaining weight since I wasn't trained.
That is actually the dumbest thing you can do. Restricting calories while attempting to recover injury. What are you going to recover the fucking soft tissue with? How do you recover? How do you build soft tissue while being in a caloric deficit? That's not how thermodynamics work.
But calorie restriction slows healing way more than people realize. And from a mindset standpoint, while it's difficult to not be able to train and make the same types of YouTube videos that I want to make, being hurt actually forces me to be creative.
Okay, so you're just a content goblin then. It's like it was all for the gram this entire, like, I'm losing respect as I'm hearing it. It's a cool project, but when you're going to tell me that you're actively doing dumb shit just for the sake of content, I cannot take you seriously.
Creative and learn new things. And it makes me grateful for the times that I can fight, because I realize that everything is temporary and you can always find something good about being injured. So no, I'm not quitting, but I am changing how I approach training and competing.
Where's this reference from? 40K? Yes, it is.
If something hurts and I don't address it, it doesn't just go away on its own. It compounds. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to hit subscribe and leave a comment.
It's from one of those rare good 40K games. Mechanicus intro.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind cling to your flesh, as if it will not decay and fail you. One day the crude biomass that you call a temple will wither, and you will beg my kind to save you. But I am already saved. For the machine is immortal.
That's probably the hardest title drop in all of recent gaming. Which actually reminds me, Digby, I've concocted a slight piece of headcanon, and I think it's very clever. Because don't you find it interesting that after the shard of the Void Dragon gets entombed on Mars, allegedly, don't you think that the development of the Mechanicus cult was subtly affected by him? Like, it's not a coincidence that, you know, there's a Catan shard entombed on Mars, and then a faction springs up on Mars. almost exclusively responsible for fucking around with Necron tombs and awakening them. You're so burnt out on 40K, but it does go hard. I mean, Mechanicus 1 was a good game, but it was also 7 years ago, way before the big pruning of the Custodes and all of the other shit. But yeah, that's just a little bridge over there that I made. How long is the Ken Paxton interview? 40 minutes. No, sorry, we're not watching this today. I don't have the energy for that. Let's watch the anti-drone munition stuff.
Back in December 2024, I published a video examining the Russian practice of creating rudimentary anti-drone rounds from a 5.45 cartridge case and a handful of ball bearings, BBs.
Okay.
The BBs are encapsulated in shrink wrap tubing and then loaded into the cartridge case like a conventional bullet. This was seen to be relatively effective, with evidence of multiple workshops independently producing the ammunition. The ad hoc production of the ammunition has been seen in locations ranging from kitchen tables.
Isn't admin results currently spinning up a business that makes those anti-drone rounds?
To well laid out workshops. The rounds have also been tested by Ukrainian forces, and there's been some interest in replicating this DIY buckshot cartridge, but it's unclear if this has come to fruition. Shotguns appear to be much more prevalent with the Ukrainian forces. 3D printing has become a key element in so many aspects of the ongoing war, so it was almost inevitable that it would be leveraged in making the ad hoc anti-drone ammunition. It appears that several Russian workshops have developed what I'm going to call 3D printed sabots to replace the shrink-wrap tubing. It appears that this move towards the 3D printed sabots is an effort to prevent
Sabo. They're read as Sabo.
The barrel from being fouled by the plastic tubing. This is an issue which has been highlighted in a number of Russian posts, and also in a borescope video published by Ukrainians who tested some of the homemade rounds.
This thing can mess with your rifling. If you're using a plastic tube, it will, because, you know, like, just as you get carbon fouling, you're going to get melted plastic all over your tube. I'm going to disconnect the fucking hand tracking. That's it. I'm no longer having fun.
Shrink wrap likely disintegrates in the barrel, leaving behind polymer residues, whereas the 3D printed sabots seem to remain intact until they leave the barrel.
Which is interesting.
The first sighting of the
PLA
3D printed sabots came on the 23rd of February, when a Russian Telegram channel shared a video showing the printing and assembly of the anti-drone ammunition, with 3D printers printing a bullet-shaped.
I guess they could be using carbon fiber now that I think about it. Carbon fiber nylon is heat resistant, so.
The design and production has been attributed to the assault detachment of the 33rd Regiment of the 20th Guards Motor Rifle Division. The design consists of a two-piece clamshell-like design, which encapsulates the BBs and can be loaded into the 545 cartridge case like a conventional projectile. The video shows 3 3D printers printing the sabots, which hold 4 rounds each. It then shows how the standard cartridge's projectile is pulled from the case, the sabots are loaded with BBs, and then the sabot is tapped down
yes, precision Soviet manufacturing of just eyeballing it
into the case. The video then shows an individual firing full auto at a target said to be 75 meters away, though the distance is difficult to verify. It then cuts to a shot of the rifle disassembled, and the individual filming states that after 4 magazines, there is no plastic residue in the gas system, barrel, or action. On the 26th of February, another Russian Telegram channel.
Okay, if the plastic was making it into the gas system, I can see why they didn't want to continue doing that, because once you foul up a gas system on an AK, it is completely fucked.
Time of Terror, which describes itself as run by a Special Forces drone group, shared a photograph of a cartridge loaded with a sabot with 2 halves of an empty sabot next to it, stating that they'd been asked to develop the sabot by a subscriber and that tests were ongoing. The nose of the sabot has a noticeably less pronounced point compared to the first example. A day later, the same Telegram channel shared another photograph of the ammunition, this time with a 5BB sabot, next to a bottle of Crossman Copperhead BBs. Several days later, on the 2nd of March, a short video showing a version of the sabot without the pointed nose was shared. It appears that the point of the sabot's nose has been filed down. The machine-translated caption for the video reads, "Based on the feedback, certain modifications are made. After checking them and collecting feedback from other units, we will stop at the most working version. The video shows a few bursts being fired and several hits on a target downrange. The video appears to have been filmed somewhat close to the front line. Later the same day, another photo of some of the ammunition was shared, notably with the sabots seated at different depths. The caption mentioned the changes that had been made based on feedback. In the new version, the diameter of the bullet base was reduced by 0.2mm and a chamfer was added instead of rounding. The diameter of the first solid cut ring was reduced, which ensures easier pressing. It seems that these adaptations have been made to enable the easier loading of the projectiles into the cartridge case. On the 4th of March, the same Telegram channel shared a video demonstrating the assembly of one of the rounds. The video shows the pulling of a bullet and then the filling of the sabot with 5 BBs before the two halves of the sabot are pressed together and are placed into the cartridge case and tapped home with a hammer. The video's caption reads, "At present, we observe significant potential in the application of the proposed modernization. Tests are ongoing, collecting data which is necessary for forming a final conclusion on this issue."
Okay, there's
The video also
no additional binding, is just held together by the fact that it's being hammered into the case.
also includes testing footage of the ammunition being fired at a small rectangle of cardboard. The first two strings have a horizontal spread, but with most of the BBs appearing to hit the target. A series of short bursts shows more hits on the target. The engagement range appears to be around 20 to 25 meters.
I mean, if they're anti-drone munitions, basically they're supposed to function like flak. It's not about exactly hitting the drone, because it's difficult to do because it's a small moving target at a large distance. It's more about creating a space filled with projectiles that are more likely than not going to damage a key component of the drone's propulsion system.
On the same day, they also shared a short clip of a PKM machine gun being loaded with a belt holding 3 rounds of the anti-drone ammunition. Not much can be seen in the video, but it's likely that the 7.62 by 54R sabots can hold perhaps 6 or 7 BBs. The caption notes, in parallel, tests are being conducted for the modernization rifle bullet 7.62. 3 rounds were fired in single mode. Results will be added later. Looking ahead, I will say,
in military context, not a big issue. They don't pay for their own small arms. It is an issue when you have either Ukrainian or Russian logistics. It's not a problem of paying for shit. It's a problem of if you break it, you don't have another one.
Say there is potential.
You need to remember both of their supply chains are completely fucked.
The usefulness of having a machine gun with a belt of anti-drone buckshot ammunition is somewhat debatable. While perhaps not ideal for a patrol or an assault, having a belt of anti-drone ammunition while defending a position
I wouldn't even say that it's buckshot. It's closer to birdshot for that size.
might be useful. A post from the 8th of March shows development of a loading punch and the use of nail varnish on the nose of the round as a means of adhering the nose of the sabot together, preventing it from parting. The most recent post from the Time of Terror channel features a couple of photographs of a large batch of 5 BB sabots. The caption states, "Made a batch of 10,000. The test variants showed a very satisfactory result."
Here's the thing. We're used to sort of the American / hey there, Piper. We're looking at anti-drone munitions developed in the Ukrainian conflict. But the thing is, we're used to sort of the NATO standard of logistics where, well, your M4 is broken. I guess you can just get a new M4 out of the arsenal, and then it's going to be the armorer's headache as to what the fuck did you manage to do to it to make it stop firing. In the Ukrainian theater of war, no. If you've managed to foul up the gas system in your AK with melted plastic, that's it. That is now just a stick for beating people. It is no longer a firearm, and there's not a replacement around for at least 100 miles each whichever way, unless you manage to beat someone to death with your now non-functioning AK and take his. they're unlikely to live long enough for that to be a problem. You would be surprised. You know, contrary to popular belief, even Russian soldiers are not really big fans of dying. And while native Russian war doctrine was kind of lacking in sort of the opening hours of the war, once they've replaced, you know, the witless conscripts with people who are there willingly and for a lot of money, people who are on contracts, people who are professionals, they've developed know-how and have largely, you know, it's turned into a war of attrition where casualties are now pretty minimal in the sense that it's just two sides taking pot shots at each other with drones, and then they're developing anti-drone shit, and you know it's just going to be this. It's basically Zoomer World War One at this point, except you know no one is rushing no man's land because why?
I'm waiting for further feedback and hope to put an end to this process as soon
Thank you
as
for
possible.
the hydrate.
The adaptation to 3D printing is definitely an interesting evolution of the concept of the AK buckshot round, but as with the tubing, it remains to be seen if production can be scaled at the local level. The evolution of these makeshift anti-drone rounds has moved
Tube adapter.
rapidly, with the shift to 3D printing in some areas leading to the potential production of thousands of rounds. While printing may expedite one element of production, the loading of the sabos and the seating of them into cartridge cases remains a bottleneck in the manufacturing of the rounds. Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like.
See, if they had a culture of reloading ammo like we do, this would not have been a problem. Everyone would have had a crimping press in their garage. Just be better. All right, so Hop and Brass Facts are going to show us some semi-auto shotguns. And unlike Trench Grenade, both Brass Facts and Hop are just, you know, normal functioning adults who have day jobs and who like guns and actually have a lot of good advice on guns. I don't agree with everything they say, but the information is still there, and that's up to you to parse. Need to get a reloading press? I don't shoot enough to a point where a reloading press would be a good trade-off.
Hey guys, welcome back.
Hey guys.
Welcome back. No one's ever been here before. Hey guys, welcome to the Nova Group.
You would if you had one. You drive a hard bargain. Reloading 300 Blackout does not make sense. I did the math. Just it's the opportunity cost of reloading the necessary amount of 300 Blackout versus just buying 300 Blackout Full Metal Jacket. It's the same. Would be reloading 9mm. 9mm makes a little bit more sense, but like throughout the last year, I just had a case of free 9mm, so like it's hard to beat free.
A couple of months ago now, Luke from TFB got a Mossberg 990, and I think that got us all just a little bit excited about shotguns. So in very quick order, we bought, what are we looking at? 3 shotguns right here to kind of interrogate.
4 if you include the 590 pump that I got.
4 if you include the pump that Hop got. Speaking of which, the 990, that's kind of what kicked all this off. Luke had one of these. I played with it when we went over to the Leopold long range shoot.
It is nice to see that we're finally starting to manufacture semi-auto shotguns in America.
And this is just cool, right? An SBS shotgun.
590 Shockwave, 990 shock or aftershock, but it's in the Shockwave family. You're meant to sort of point shoot them at arm's length. Yeah.
Or from the hip.
That really, I mean, there's been some post hoc justification for that style of shotgun, but really I think it's a fun gimmick. It's a way to get a short barrel on a shotgun, and it's not a shotgun, actually, it's a firearm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like the only use case that's real for a bird's head shotgun is breaching doors, and that's about it. In any other case, it should have a stock on it.
So it's, you know, it's a fun little...
That's why my Shockwave is set up to be a breaching shotgun that just, you know, lives on my plate carrier, because I have the upper body strength to just carry around an extra gun.
Range toy.
And it's worth noting, I think a lot of people might look at something like this and think these are functionally the same shotguns. Like, why are we getting so excited? Why didn't they just sell shorter barrels? But the actual, much like a Beretta, the recoil mechanism goes into the stock itself. So it's not easily swappable. And for the times that is swappable, it's a real pain in the ass.
Yeah. So when they wanted to make a semi-auto version of the Shockwave platform or Shockwave concept, they had to redesign the recoil system. So I think that means there are now 3 distinct semi-auto recoil systems in Mossberg's catalog. There's the 930, the 940, and the 990. And the 990 is the only one where the whole action is contained in the fore end. So you can have, like tactical pistol grip style stocks, traditional rifle style stocks, or shotgun style stocks, or the little bird.
The Benelli's recoil system also goes back into its stock, although it's slightly different. There's a reciprocating jointed plunger that sort of sinks back into the core of the stock. That's why you can have a telescoping stock on a Benelli.
Bird's head grip. And then, if you actually want to SBS a shotgun, it's not that easy. You can't generally buy short shotgun barrels. So you're going to have to cut it down, relocate the sight.
Again, you can for a Benelli. I can just go and buy a 14-inch barrel for the Benelli, but why? I have a full-sized 7-round tube. Like, I really don't see the sense in trying to cut it down.
Somebody, do the work for you. So if you actually wanted to make an SBS, you start with a Shockwave type gun, and then you add the stock. You don't have to tune anything. Especially valuable with semi-autos, because tuning a semi-auto is very finicky. If this is a complete tuned system for this barrel length, in theory, you can SBS it without having to cut it down, open up ports, change anything about the gun, and have a working, more or less turnkey SBS. Kind of a new concept, except it's not quite new because
you've been involved with the. Tell me about that.
Luke and I went to a gun site. I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago. And I look at the pictures. Luke has the shaved.
Reaching for someone else's reload, scandalous, unprotected, four-handed reloading.
Side over
on YouTube of all places.
Over look the Casarda special, and now he hasn't had that haircut in forever. But at that time the gun was essentially finished, and they just opted not to tool up, I guess, to produce it because they didn't have the space, and so it took a couple years for it to actually come out. And when it came out, everybody's like, "Whoa, new shotgun or new firearm!" And Luke and I were like, "Oh, old shotgun, old firearm."
Yeah.
I'm going to say shotgun so many times, referring to what is legally not a shotgun.
So this is, sample size of 1, blah, 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 blah. Especially since Luke's 990 seems to work a little better than mine. But the firearm...
On the one hand, I should just buy a Vortex mailbox and put that on the Benelli. But then again, I went through the trouble of buying a Benelli. Get Carl out of the screen, Ray! Why? But as I was saying, I went through the trouble of buying a Gen 2 Benelli with the proper 7-round tube out of the box and whatnot. I have one of the rare good stock Benelli M4s. And I feel like putting some cheapo fucking Chinesium red dot, even if it's Vortex, just does it such a disservice. I should really just, quit being a bitch and put another EOTech on it.
Firearm seems to have issue with off-the-shelf, lower power birdshot ammunition. Only when you get to the really powerful stuff, I think you called it high brass or turkey loads.
Yeah, so there's high brass magnums. There's I guess when you look at it, you see that there is a velocity and a weight of the total projectile load. And off-the-shelf target loads are like piss weak. I mean, it's like 380 versus 9mm, like pressure difference. It's massive. They're not just going slower, there's also less weight of shot. So gas-operated shotguns shooting out incredibly
Interesting. I've never had that problem, and I buy bad target loads. I buy shit. Well, where's my box of target loads? I can't see it right now. I think I burned it on my last range trip, but I think I buy Winchester white box tier shit for my target loads, and the Benelli still chews through them like it's nothing. The only time I've seen it chug is when I handed it to Onii wife, who's a smaller framed shooter, she's 100 pounds wet, Yeah, no shit. Like she can't hold the recoil, and then the recoil system doesn't work because it expects to have a hard backstop. Then yeah, it's gonna choke a little bit.
Like, mouse fart load. You kind of would expect it to maybe struggle a little bit, but once you step it up into buckshot's got way more recoil, substantially more impulse than those light bird shots. So it should absolutely run cheap buck. It should not require high brass, incredibly stout loads for turkey or waterfowl at range, right?
Yeah, so unfortunately, the entire review, now it's at 1,000 rounds, has been almost exclusively high brass turkey load. Was it the Federal? It's like the retro looking box, and I think it was like 3 3/4 dram. I'm not too familiar with the nomenclature, but I believe that's the powder load. And that's about double some of the buckshot loads I was shooting, and I did 1,000 rounds of that. So I do have a TBI now. I will fall over and die after this video.
Yeah, putting 1,000 rounds of extremely hot ammo also seems to have damaged the shotgun.
Yeah,
okay, interesting.
I don't know if it was like that before, because I don't take these things apart every single day, but when you look on the inside, there is gouging in the receiver. The barrel doesn't seem to sit quite right anymore.
That's not great.
I'm pretty sure people just don't expect you to, or manufacturers don't expect you to shoot that much 80 cents a round shotgun shells.
Yep, I know that's the thing that James Reeves always encounters with his burn downs of those cheap Turkish shotguns, is that they are reliable, but when he starts putting, like actual buckshot instead of just birdshot through them, they just rattle themselves apart in like 200 rounds or less. Like they just don't last. That's a massive increase in impulse between the two types of ammo. And
is your pet struggling with mobility challenges or arthritis, weight management, digestive issues?
Yeah. So let's actually get something designed to be stocked. Mossberg 940 Pro.
I would like my shotgun to be configured the way that I would like my rifle to be configured. I would like to have ready access to a weapon light. I would like to be able to have a sling on it. These are things that I would really like.
All reasonable things. The Mossberg current QC is showing. I mean, yes. It's probably less about QC and more about the overall build of it. There's something to be said that most weapon platforms are built around a certain use case about them. Granted, we're putting Benelli in its own category for a reason. But the Benelli is also like $2,000. And the 990 is not. Or neither is the 940.
And I went through a bunch of configurations. I don't think it's really possible with pump actions. Everything is like a heinous compromise. Like the fore-end weapon lights are terrible. They're unergonomic. They interfere with slings, and you get massive barrel shadows. Just like it's a crappy platform. The shotgun is a bad platform. The whole entire shotgun. I saw a picture of the 940 SPX, 940 Pro SPX Tactical. I think is the newest SKU of the 940, and I think they worked with Van Comp on the handguard and some other stuff. And I was like, wait a second. That actually looks like it'd work. It has M-LOK slots.
They don't care anymore now that they don't have Remington as competitors. That's true.
It has sling swivels, ambidextrous.
Well, apparently they care enough to make the 990. I wouldn't write them off entirely. Again, the Shockwave that I have is a perfectly reasonable gun. Like, I've not had issues with it. Granted, my Shockwave is, whatchamacallit, it's a pump shotgun. There's not a lot that you can break on it. Coming back to the point of, even if I run out of ammo, I can beat someone to death with it. It's very common for semi-autos to struggle with lighter loads. Skill issue. Benelli-less behavior.
On the front and on the back of the stock. The optics cut is also kind of nifty.
Honestly, I don't think that even Beretta A300s would struggle with lower loads. Not even going to argue that. Had to send your 590 A1 in because the shell stop decided to not let the shell out of the tube after 100 shells. You're replacing it with an A300 Patrol to get the money. Yeah, that sounds like a good call. See, like, I am biased towards my Shockwave because I did not pay money for because I got it for free. So as a free breaching shotgun, it makes sense. There is a reason why my primary shotgun is a Benelli M4. Like, it's very much, it's pay once, cry never. And the Beretta A300 is realistically a very solid competitor to the Beretta. For one, actually to the Benelli, for one, because it's the same company. The same company makes them, It's the same gas system. Like, I just wanted the flexing rights of having a Benelli M4. Just listen, my dad, when he was when he was introducing me to firearms, he did it with a Benelli M3 Super 90, and that day a gun snob was born. And I refuse to go back. After you go Italian shotgun, you never go back. Your Mossberg 598-1 keeps rusting even in weather-controlled rooms. That's rough. Yeah, he kind of ruined guns for me. Like, here, son, here's an alternating pump action / semi-auto gas operated Italian shotgun. What do you think of AKs after this?
You and Luke are using the Vortex Viper SG, which mounts to a drilled and tapped receiver directly. That's pretty cool. But this is just cut for an RMSC optic footprint right out of the box. If you have a pick rail and you mount a red dot, then you're going to have to start increasing the comb height. Then the shotgun becomes a little, less fast into action in my experience and a little less ergonomic. So I think that the setup of this thing is perfect. This is the one we have the least number of rounds on. But it has been working a lot better than the 990.
That was a low jab and your AK's
Almost like this one was designed to be almost like.
Listen, this is what I had access to shoot as a child. It was either the Benelli or the Saiga, and the Saiga sucks metric tons of cock in comparison.
Like this one's, a real shotgun, not a firearm.
Okay, so obviously I don't have a functioning shotgun right now. So I got an A300, got this bad boy from
Nice. Trigicon RMR represent.
There's down in St. George, Utah.
Love the camo job.
I mean, there's not too much to say about it, right? This has been a darling of a lot of semi-auto shotguns.
Wait, that's a plate thrower. That is so fucking cool.
And enthusiasts and professionals alike. For just being, having that Beretta 1301 reputation, but for about
the gas plug was probably clogged. No, it wasn't. No one shot that fucking Saiga that much to clog it, and I took it apart, and it was just fine. It was an original. It was an original Ijmash Saiga. There was nothing wrong with it outside of it being an AK, and that's the kind of ugly that no amount of workmanship, gunsmithing, or bubbying it could ever fix.
Maybe $1,000 less, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Mossbergs have a decent reputation, but the Beretta 1301 and the A300, I think, are the first two shotguns that everybody recommends, followed by Mossbergs and discontinued Remingtons and stuff like that.
So I have about 300 rounds through this. I think you have like 200, 250, right?
Yep. Yeah. You did some shooting from this, and I was loading from a pocket, and you were game or shucking it with your spring-loaded bullshit.
Yeah, and...
Let a gecko cope. No. I take away your copium pipe.
I mean, is anyone surprised? It works. It works. But what's our experience been with these? Which one would you choose? What features do you like? I think we both have a very similar answer here. From a shooter, maybe not a shootability perspective, but from a gun perspective, I think it's hard to beat the A300, right?
For what does the A300 MSRP for? Like $800?
It's got that pedigree. It's got that a ton of track record in terms of reliability. The camo pattern is...
I can't get used to the fact that Brassfax is wrong-handed. Like, every time I see him handle weapons, I'm like, damn, that just looks wrong. And then I remember, oh, you're one of those.
It's hit or miss for some people. I like it. Everyone else hates it.
Switch to TurboTax.
And, yeah. But then it seems like the everything else kind of pushes you away from the A300.
It feels like a European sporting shotgun with a camo pattern on it rather than a tactical shotgun. So the A300 is a series of...
I mean, there's the 1301 if you want to be, like, extra tactical, I guess.
Beretta sporting shotguns, and then the Ultimate Patrol variant is let's make it tactical. Whereas the 1301, I don't believe, has ever been anything but tactical. So maybe the 1301 does have a little more advantage there, but... stuff that I found to really, really like.
What happened to the plate carrier redeem? It's just the patch gotcha now. It just automatically triggers the plate carrier. I decided that it's a superfluous redeem since you can just, you get the plate carrier for free for rolling the patch gacha.
About the Mossbergs, tank safety, ambidextrous, and easy to take on and off.
I don't like the tank safety. Just not my thing. I very much prefer the push through Italian safeties
without having to break your grip.
Especially as a lefty, that's even more
important for you. Yep.
Compared to a. Yeah.
Given that this could be set up exactly the way that I'd like it right out of the box. It even comes with pre-applied Velcro for your
nice.
What do you call these things?
The shotgun placards.
Those
yeah, I still need
James Reeves loves.
I still need it. I have an Essex, set up on that. S-Tac, not Essex.
Essex is a place in England.
Or it's an aircraft carrier. I mean, on that.
Is there not an Essex in New England? You'd think that we would have an Essex there.
No, I don't have the 940 Pro. I don't have much time on it, but I have a ton of time on the 990. And I like the ergonomics on this much better. Violin loading it is a lot easier on this one. The opening over here is much more accessible, so I can easily flow rounds into it while I pinch myself on that one constantly. And I think a general trend with those, if you adapt them for tactical or competition use, is that you do Dremel out the opening to be a little more effective. This is a gaping...
I am so brain damaged by the internet. look at Hop's face. He can also see. He can see that image. Wording.
Tubussy.
Quick intermission here. Yeah, you can buy the Pro Lifter. And I actually did buy a Pro Lifter for my A300 right after filming this and install it and then shoot with it. All it really does is make it so you don't pinch the shit out of yourself if you're going really fast on single loads. And it helps a little bit with double loads, but the fundamental issue is still that the kind of with the whole Ussie is still quite small relative to
horrible.
Now, to be sure, double and quad loading, mostly a competition gimmick. The vast majority of people are going to be single loading, but it does speak to the point we're making that the 940 and 990 seem to be designed from the ground up to have an easier
why can't someone handle a shotgun left-handed? Just makes me so angry.
Loading process. Though, on the note of gimmicks, you can go slow
to bussy. No.
The A300, which is kind of a cool feature to have, as it's essentially a +1.
No gape the Tubussy.
And yeah, this one, I don't know, it doesn't shoot quite as smooth.
And you can see it in a lot of the footage. We can really hammer out some pretty high splits with the 990 and the 940. While the A300, it's not an appreciable amount in terms of relevant spritz, but it is something you notice from the shooter perspective as you track the dot. And I very much prefer the 940, 990.
The A300 is still 1,000 times nicer to shoot than a pump. Yeah, certainly. You don't rattle your brains. Yeah, I think Mossberg's been working with competition shooters on the 940, 990. I think probably ever since the 930. I feel like there's been a ton of like pre-gamered out 940s on the market. I think we saw one at Shields actually. I don't know if it's like the Jerry Mitchell-like edition or what, but this is the Van Comp style tactical one.
I do really appreciate this over barrel kind of plastic housing because I really like lay into the gun, which means, you know, kind of almost the C-clamp. And on the other guns,
I have a tendency to do that as well. That's why I like my complete handrail on the Benelli. It allows me to C-clamp, although without a red dot, I'm also occluding my front post when I do that. So it's kind of a habit that I have to fight against because I'm used to C-clamping on the MCX, and the MCX being a predominant rifle, being my primary, sort of the dominant motor skills are going to be built around the MCX.
If you do any kind of shooting with them, you're gonna burn your finger at some point.
I think this is the best shot.
I mean, the other fix is to just use gloves.
Shotgun handguard I've ever used.
Oh yeah, okay.
Not just from a setup, but also comfort. I don't C-clamp, but texture's good. The coverage of the barrel's really good. You're not gonna burn yourself unless you really try.
I'm actually thinking of installing a fiberglass heat shield on the Shockwave.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. Let's hope it continues to work and doesn't break. I'm going to predict that the 990 will never satisfy you in terms of flawless reliability.
Yeah.
I think you'll want it to be more reliable than it actually is.
And then the inertia, get it?
And then you're not going to enjoy this, and you're going to continually find the hydro dip pattern just a little uncanny valley, and you're going to get a black 1301. and spray paint it. I think you're going to end up with a 1301 eventually. Ooh, why is there an elephant on the tab? Oh, it's a bull. Red Bull. Like the company.
Need a shell. Shell.
Runs nice and smooth.
One more shell. Okay, we go. Oh. I'm scared.
Jesus Christ.
Remember, kids, the first rule of gun safety is to have fun. Alright. I'm kind of done with the slop for today. I'm really not feeling it. So, oh, you're in ads. So, while you enjoy the ads, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to start a vote on what to play, and we're just going to play something. Novel concept, I know. YouTube chat can vote via mail-in ballot. I shall permit it. Let me create a poll. I will read out the options to you. Game of the night. Let's see. We're going to go Abyss School. I've been really enjoying Sinspire. However, that's definitely not a game I can play on stream. No Pal World. What are we feeling today? Definitely not Tekken, just because I have my graphics cranked up a little too high to play while streaming in 3 different places. Queen's Loyalty has some new content actually, so I'm gonna give you that option as well. So we're scoring 2 Itiru games. All right, poll is up. Abyss School, Pal World, Queen's Loyalty. Should head to bed. Yeah, make sure going to bed at a reasonable hour. Good man, good man. Yeah, vote before you do so. I've deprived you of the option to grief me into playing Warhammer. So those are your only options. YouTube and wait, what? Bushido Blade? That's not an option on the menu. What the fuck are you talking about? Queen's Loyalty? Okay. Bushido Blade sounds familiar. Like I should know that game. Oh, I forgot to list Subnautica as an option. Cat Pack Bushido Blade. What the fuck is this? Is this like a real game? What in the freeze-dried peyote buttons is this? No user reviews. Released May last year. Absolutely the fuck not. PS1 fighting duel game. Very heavy one-on-one hit kill. Vote in the poll, goddamn you. You would have voted Subnautica. Piper, Subnautica doesn't... Alright, let me rerun the poll. 2 for Abyss School, 1 for Subnautica. We're gonna get Subnautica as a write-in. We allow Subnautica as a write-in. So we have what? 1 for Queen's Loyalty, 2 Abyss School. Being silly, Bushido Blade at PS1, weapons martial arts game. Hellish Court is the closest modern equivalent. I've seen Hellish Court. I really don't want to get into a new fighting game. I'm not ready to have my heart broken after Tekken. Well, we'll have Subnautica as a write-in. The problem is the spawner doesn't work correctly. And I don't want to sort of dilute the experience and, you know, with half of the functions not working. If we're going to play it on stream, I should give the chat the power to grief me. So I'm waiting for the developer of the mod to get back to me on Nexus. I've messaged him, and I've so far not received a response. So my suspicion, just based on things I've seen, is that the 2025 update just broke everything. So, okay, we voted for Queen's Loyalty. Yeah, so it seems to have broken the spawner. And again, I like to if it's completely unsalvageable, we'll continue playing it as is. If it can be fixed, I will try to fix it. But until I confirm that, we're just gonna have to play this. All right, let me kill Chrome. We're gonna put that thing in overdrive just to make sure that, you know, Unreal isn't fucking us up the ass. Oh, lovely. Game capture. That's not a game. Why are you like this? Steam loyalty. There you go. Ah, marvelous. Move myself out of the way momentarily. Yeah, but yeah, I got the sound alerts working. However, the spawning, like actually spawning an in-game in-game monster, like be it a random spawn or, for example, a whatchamacallit, or a Reaper, that doesn't work. And wow, my graphics card is fucking chugging. 97% GPU load, can you believe that? This is gonna be, to make it less grind heavy, we're gonna just put these two on. We've beat the story, nobody cares. She has your loyalty? Good man, good man. Alright, so there are some new elements here. We have a cat trader over here. A merchant even. So his purpose is to allow us to trade for materials, because there is now an artifact system that allows us to alter the way that certain queens perform in battle. So basically it's high-powered gambling, but in order to gamble correctly, we need to acquire enough resources first. So what we're going to do is, let me check my party actually. Let's see, level 125. Let me see if I need to gamble just for the raw resources. So this is where we manage our artifacts here. Level 140. So we can either grind to 140 or we can just go and try to accumulate as much resources as possible. We need the queen power resource. We do get a constant drip of it, but, you know, just going out and fighting stuff is going to be faster. So, and he's added challenge modes. Challenge modes, very interesting. I've not gone through all of these. So, we've acquired all of the rewards here, and I would like to try for some of the rewards, you know, sort of across different modes here. So, long-range attacks, endless mode, yes. I didn't configure a party, that's probably gonna bite me in the ass. If our current party doesn't work, then we'll do something about it. We have Herney as our sort of default build out. But we need to put some bodies in front, because otherwise they're just gonna shoot our defenses to pieces. Up. Alright, we need to get some distance. The monsters have become stronger, so I see. Plants vs. Zombies with jiggle physics? Sort of. There's a piece of it. The game doesn't have a consistent gameplay loop. It's like a combination of 7 different games, and it all just works. That's the thing. You can't say that it's like any of the concepts are raw. Pull back. Oh, we got tagged there for a bit. space these further out. Up. We need to add some recruits actually. Let's see if we can have something going on over here. Oh, we lost one. Yeah, her wind-up is a little too long for this. Unfortunate. Our Necromancer is probably the best suited for this, simply due to the fact that she can create a wall of bodies in front of her. Oh, nice! We also get Necromaids now, so that's new, Notary. I'm trying to maximize the chance of the Necromancer maids spawning, and that's gonna take some gambling to do. I think they're currently at like a 10% chance to spawn. And we nope out. Gonna take care of the rear guard. The zombie maids are doing work. So the premise of this, since for those of you who have not observed us playing the core campaign, must confess the edit of Golshi fighting Kratos lives rent-free in your head, only because the strength level is actually accurate. Yeah, you know, given the state of Kratos in the most recent God of War games, I tend to agree. I should probably finish playing the second God of War game, because I have it, I'm just too lazy to hook up my, my capture card. We're doing pretty okay. My range is a little limited. Is Ragnarok worth playing? You're hearing mixed reports. I stopped halfway through. From a gameplay perspective, it's better than the original. Just because it, you know, it resists being a game a little bit less. Some of the story beats, like the Nubian giants, that kind of, how should I put this? You're going to see sweet baby ink fingerprints all over the writing, and if you can overlook that, it's a perfectly good game. But also, they let them ruin a perfectly good game. You know what I mean? Like, why would I give these people money willingly? Also, the characters never shut the fuck up. That's less of my concern. See, I enjoy the Kratos character writing, the sort of coming-of-age story between him and Atreus. That is done mostly well, but parts of it are just so cringe and gay, for lack of a better descriptor. Actually, I may want to go back to the fortress first of all to see how we scored. Stage 8, return to fortress. As you watch me play, you are aware of the immortalized irony of the statement, "Why would you play slop made by people who hate you?" Yes. Yes, that is a big reason why I play Itiru games and not, you know, Dad of Boy is just slop. It is slop. The thing is that original Dad of Boy is even more slop because it is a game that resents the fact that it is a game. And at every turn, it wrests the controller from your arm. Really, it rips the controller from your arms like it's Sony's turn to play as if it's Sony's turn on the PlayStation and Mom says that you have to give him the controller. And I really don't vibe with that style of gameplay design. That's just not something I really enjoy. People have managed to congeal it into a Dark Souls style of playthrough with like really min-maxing the New Game Plus, looking for optimals and cycles and whatnot, and I just don't think that the game's worth it, really. Like, I beat the game, I beat the story, the character writing is, like, okay for the most part. Second game, I'm significantly less impressed with. What does that do? Acquire upon clearing the marksman trial on normal mode. Why did I pick endless mode, then? Right, you're level 27, 85 points of experience. Okay, we need to do something about that. Just max out your strength, I guess. Vitality is kind of important for you. Yeah, that's about right. We don't have resources to enhance any skills yet because we need to go gamble. But as a rule of thumb, yes, playing slop that's made by people who hate you is generally a surefire way of not having a pretty cash money time. Just a second, we need to pick the skills to lock in here. So we're rolling for a very specific skill. We're rolling for an attribute that is going to increase the probability of zombie maids spawning whenever we summon. I want that at least 50%. And that's going to require that we stack that stat quite a bit. Is it optimal for gameplay? No, but I like having cute zombie maids to look at. Fucking sue me. This is the point of the game. %30 increase in zombie wombi? Pretty much, yes. But it's going to take a lot of gambling to do that. Honestly, it's probably cheaper to open up a new cell. Oh, no, it's not cheaper anymore because we already gambled all of our money away. Shit. So currently, where's Nekna? I have a chance of an undead maid spawning at 20%. We need to bump those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. So, let me think. Let me swap out my party, and we are going to get Maria. Where's Maria? There you are. Because she's better at crowd control. So we're going to reattempt the same challenge. So Ranger challenge, acquire, and completing it. So we just play this one out to the end. I swapped out. Oh fuck. Oh, nice. Zombie maid right out of the box. He's also pretty fucking strong. Would y'all like to, you know, get some movement going? I feel like the pathfinding on them is also significantly better. I would like to see what the potential change effect is for Maria off of her buffed variants. Got a notification that someone replied to a Patreon comment on Patreon. You haven't subbed for over a year. I see. Oh, up. No, we run away. We switch over to Nekna just because she has better staffs. Okay. Get us a wall of bodies, please. And actually, if any of you survive that... No, none of them survived. That's too bad. I'm gonna stay in cover over here. It only jolts forward, which is a little bit distracting. I would say so far we seem to be fine without recruitment. And of course the comment was logically bewildered midwittery. Have you successfully performed a physiognomy check on the commenter? There, we need to roll up a little bit closer. And potentially get some recruitments out of you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Throw. Did we get any recruitments? I don't think we did. Had his picture in his profile, guess what he looked like? Like every soy-Reddit commentator. Resounding failure of the physiognomy check. Undoubtedly. How many levels to this are there? My undead horde is too good at killing everything. I don't have a chance to recruit any new fighters. I actually want to switch over again. Swoosh. White beanie, beardless mustache. Can't tell if rail thin. So the Seattle-Portland archetype, I see. The Seattle crack den phenotype. Oh, mustacheless beard. Mustacheless beard? That's definitely a choice. Very Mujahideen coded. How are we doing for golems? Seem to have enough of them to not summon more. Okay, we're gonna try this. And instantly peace. Okay, we got one. We've recruited an enemy unit. Get me my wall of flesh. She's still on cooldown. Let me quickly shit up this part of the map so that we're basically going to stay against the wall. That way we have consistent cover. Alright, we have some new recruits. We're cooking with propane. The thing that's very funny about the turned mobs is that whenever they have nothing to attack, they will default to their pathfinding and attacking you again. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, bad, 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 no, no good. Not bueno at all. Cut and run, cut and run. Final correction, between the dim lighting and the fact that the hair blends with the skin, you can't tell if that's a beard or just a shadow. You give up. Alright. You've done well, Physiognomy Warrior. Rest now. How many levels of this shit do I need to beat? Messing up. Where do I pull my new crop of soldiers from here? Oh, unpleasant. Rude. Yeah, this needs a range bust, range boost. Why am I thinking of busts? That's a very odd slip of the tongue. I'm not sure what could have caused that. It's a mystery. I would like more zombie maids. There are not enough zombie maids spawning. This does not look like a 20% spawn rate. My AoE casting speed is off the wall, though. It's a good thing that I can resummon my horde of warriors as quickly as they despawn. We've recruited our new flock. I'd say we're doing pretty okay. Ah, it's a timer that's on a cooldown, okay. So it's not a set number of stages, it's, you know, 11 more minutes. Well, we've mostly shut off pretty much all of the spawning from this side, so we can just stay here. Because these are all friendlies. Oh, these are mine. Never mind. I'd say we're doing pretty okay. We've managed to fortify the area. We're also barely killing any of them. Because we've recruited so many, they're not sending in new ones. I'm still on cooldown. No, I'm not. Yeet! Alright, we got more warm bodies to fight for us. Send some cold ones out as well. What are you fighting over there? I need to change the settings real quick. The music is a little bit grating. Yeah, let's tone that down a little bit. Cancel. Apply. Okay, there we go. Not a fan of the music. No, not quite my jam. Okay, it is just a question of a timer, so... Ah, damn it, they died too quickly. That's too bad. That's just a damn shame. Get roasted. Set up a mud patty over here. Whoa, okay, we're catching strays. Send in the recruits. Go, my brave conscripts. May you find glory in battle. Damn, they're just killing everything. They're doing that pretty quickly, too. Maybe I should hit the plants with a charm spell. Challenge ended, hell yeah. Normal mode cleared. Okay, that's all I wanted to do. Night moss. I forgot how to fight those. Alright, regardless, we're gonna go gamble. We need to gamble. We need to gamble harder. Gambling time. Sell everything and then gamble. Fuck it, we ball. Alright, time to get ourselves some zombie maids. We're just gonna open a new skill slot, that way we can get more percentages faster. Alright, let's open her up. Enchantments, let's see. Let's filter through this a couple of times to populate. We're using the Takeshi's Challenge strat, pretty much. Except I'm not gonna be the one eating all of those wieners, if you know what I mean. No, 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 no. Shot chance, undead mage, I'll keep that. Let's see. Stat increase, no. Additional shot, no. Stat increase, no. Soul pursuit, no. Undead maid summon, okay. Low chance, but I'll take it. Soul purge. More undead maid, stat change, no, don't want it. Stat change, no, no, no. Trash. Stat change, stat change. Additional slot change on normal, no. More undead mage, which is okay, but not what we're looking for. Okay, undead maid gold, okay, okay, we're getting somewhere. What's our stat? What are our stats looking at? Undead. How did we decrease the undead? Excuse me? Are these not... Do I need to select a specific one? This is dog shit. Alright, never mind. Never mind then. Then we're just rolling on this one, I guess. Let's see. Let's just untag everything. This is absolutely horrendous. That's also roll for value like Diablo. I've never played... No, I've played a Diablo game, but I was way too young to metagame. We are going to just untag all of the mage summons and keep all of the maid summons. Yeah, that's gonna be the play. Undead main summon chance up 5%. What's our applied stat now? Nick, no, I don't see it. I don't see it. 20%, okay. +1 summon, okay, sure. We'll keep the plus summon. Okay, so this tab is going to be only fishing for maids. Only maids and additional summons. What are we at now? 25% plus 11 summons? Really? Or is that just plus a single +1? It's probably single +1. No, no. 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 This is a horrendous use of my time, but then again... Undead maids. Wait until we start rolling for better summoning odds. No. Nope. We spent all of our fucking money. For a marginally, what's our total on undead maids? What is our total right now? Undead maid chance, 25%, abysmal. It has to be at least 50. I do have a shit ton of skill points to spend though. Let's see. You got like 40 points, damn. Just YOLO it into vitality. Maria, you're kind of behind on points too, right? Just vitality, all in. Yeah, 135 points. Okay, you get some vitality. Luck, sure, but not critical. Everything else into STR. Maximum number of charms. I've burnt through all of my resources, so I can't level up the skills. Right, let's play another one of the challenges, shall we? And for the party, let's see what challenge we want to play, and then we'll select our party based on that. In hard mode, do we need to beat hard mode? Normal mode. Okay, so in normal mode we can pick our army, meaning that we probably just want the best ones. And the best ones are going to be... Probably... No, definitely not you. If we want to maximize summons, that's probably the play. Maria, Nekta, and Sita. Sita's gonna be like the primary AoE DPS. Unless we want to try to build up a heal, like a heal pond near a wall. But that's likely to be overtaken relatively quickly. Let's keep it at that for now. Alright. Normal mode, okay. Or is it just the boss battle? It's just the boss battle. Oh damn bitch, you do barely any damage. Oh, I take that back, that actually hurt, What is this bullet hell bullshit? Get fucking waved on, bitch. Looking to resummon. We resummon. And she just gets gang raped by our summons. Acceptable outcome. They also body block her damage. He's just getting absolutely gangbanged. Like, that's not an Eiffel Tower. She's getting the full airtight from her, guys. Look at him go. Oh, okay. She got one. Fair enough. Fair play, fair play. Hell yeah. Necromaid, go. Whoa. Alright, not as free as I expected. Maybe, yeah, just do this. Evade her attacks, you say? Fucking bullet hell style gameplay right here. They've increased the cooldown on my iframe dodges. I'm not enjoying that. How much longer do I need to evade her shit? Oh, that's not, no. Fucking bullet hell gameplay. He is mostly dead. What is the point of this? Ah, okay, now we're good. Okay. Summon the rape skeletons just for good measure. Alright, what's next? So, Dark Siren Challenge. I've not figured out how to play this one the best. So, which ones do I need to beat? Acquired when mirror size is increased by 100 meters or more. I think let's try normal mode. And I'm not sure we want to play with our current party, though. Let's take you off. I'm gonna think for a moment. Let's go like this, and then we'll figure it out, because I don't remember how to metagame this one. I don't believe I've cracked that particular code yet. So the premise of this mode is very interesting, as you're about to see. Challenge accepted. Yes. So you're approaching me. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to establish a base of operation over here. We need some bodies to do that first. So the primary hazard, realistically, is the fact that we need to be able to go out and collect material quickly enough to boost Miru as she, you know, participates in mud fighting over there outside of the gaming area. And we're going to have to be strategic about how we go about this. This isn't as simple as just kill everything. Alright, we should be fine for now. We get some more golems going. And the other problem here is that we need to walk around and, you know, manually collect all of the slimes before we pass those on. And we need to make sure that Miru has a size advantage over the Dark Siren that she's fighting. So that's the premise that we're working with here. Nekna is probably the most mobile of the bunch. We go back to base, and we resummon the Horde. Alright, we have one more whipping plant over here. Alright, and we're good. Oh, let's not collide into a tree, especially with increased cooldowns. Walk up to these guys to make sure that they're engaged. There we go. And heavy loitering. So while we run around, we need to metagame if there's something we can do better. Find my lack of maids disturbing? Same, but we need to gamble a little bit more until we can before we can enjoy maids. So that's part of the reason we're doing this. We still spawn maids at an unacceptably low rate. %25% is not even nearly enough. At least, you know, the entertainment is good. Whoa, 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 these are actually quite angry. I really don't want to go hand to hand with them. Ah, there we go. We have a zombie maid. We have a zombie maid. We're good. We're good. We're good. Whoa. Get some distance. Get some distance. You know what? Nekna is probably one of the better options for traversal. What the fuck just hit me with a projectile? How are we doing? She still does not have a size advantage. The maid packs a punch, definitely. Maybe a little bit slow on the cooldowns. Whoop. To retreat to our base for a little bit. Alright, we should be doing fine. Alright, alright. We're maintaining parity. Hey there, Dom. Why are you on YouTube, of all places? We're enjoying slop made by people who actually like us, as opposed to slop made by people who hate us. Got off work, finished watching Iron Lung. Oh, okay, that's cool. Another zombie made. We are so back. We're finally getting some bitches. You think what this man loves is sufficiently obvious to approve? Real and true? Whoa. We're getting kinda overrun on this side. We've just spawned some more undead. Let's also not stand directly in front of the thing we're trying to kill. Thank you for the hydrate, Dom. How was Iron Lung? I'm not going to go watch it because I don't care, but you know what? I would like to still know if it's a good movie or not. I enjoy Markiplier as a YouTuber who plays funny indie horror slop, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna go out of my way to engage with his creative output. Quite good, folks complaining about the pacing are wrong. Good to know. If the people I don't like this movie, that makes the movie good or something. Damn, my fucking undead maids are chasing those people, chasing the enemy into the abyss, as it should be. Let's get another healer plant over here real quick. There we go. Alright, we need to get Miru to a healthy 100 meter in size. Once you realize what the monster is, the way it acts and has the setup thing makes general sense. See, but that would require object permanence, and most people don't have that because most people are clinically retarded. And we part ways. I mean, it does not surprise me that Markiplier, with his gigantic exposure to horror games, understands horror pacing well. So not entirely a surprising concept here. Kinda want that piece of slime over there. If I may. Undead zombie maid doing work. Sweeping the floors. I see more slime on the ground. Damn. Women are in fact getting bigger. Twitter didn't lie for once. Another undead maid. We're finally manufacturing ourselves some bitches. Your one complaint is that some of the sound design for the voices, you need to watch it again with subtitles. Interesting. Have they managed to pull out one of my main mandrakes? Mandrakes. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Restore. Return to tradition. We're kinda getting overwhelmed over here. I'm not really enjoying that. We may want to hang back a little bit closer to base, maybe invest a little bit in the plant lady. Could have been an issue with the theater you watched it in, also possible. Theaters used to be a showcase for audio tech. I don't think they are anymore, just because the investment is not worth it, because, you know, the business model is nearly dead. So, like, realistically, the only thing that's now left to sell as a theater is a place for teenagers to fuck, so... Which is an important service to provide. But also, some of your audio equipment is going to be on the more dated side. And some of the seats are going to smell funny. You wish this was more popular? You'd love to see more skin investment? Like the slimes, you would prefer them to be flan? I mean, the mobs themselves are almost a flan slime. If you really think about it, they're about to overwhelm my little garden patch. We cannot have that. You shall not. You absolutely will not. Ruin my fucking garden. How dare you? Let's reinforce this area. Alright, let's go collect some slime. Damn, they are doing a number on my shrubs over there. Absolutely murdering that shit, I may say. Let's put down another mud puddle over here, just for crowd control. Alright, time to collect that slime. We're at 60 meters, we're just over halfway point. Damn, this is getting rough. Also aggroing pretty hard on the plants here, and passive defenses is not something we can lose, so gotta keep this area populated. Whoa, let's not take any body hits. The Necromancer is not built for that. The Necromancer is built for head pats. Alright, let's summon a fresh one. Those slimes are getting pretty fast, too. Not sure what the exchange rate is for things that we send out versus, you know, how much she actually grows. Alright, our guys are despawning back behind the protective barrier. We're going to have to invest into Hernia, actually. Just to keep her competitive at these HP pools, goddamn. Far removed piece of resources. I'm not enjoying that. I really need to fix the pathfinding on some of these, because a lot of the issues I'm having is mostly due to the fact that half of my guys are just not locking onto an enemy and just standing with a thumb up their ass. I get it, you know, undead soldiers all in all, like, limited capacity for complex processing, but still. Almost there, home run stretch, 70 meters. So long as my undead horde is strong enough to maintain the defensive barrier here, which it is, probably still is. Summon new ones, and... Alright, good. One down here. Are we still good for shooter plants? I feel like we're one short. Alright, we're good. Let's go and collect. We're having to constantly re-summon our stable summons, so that means they're actually getting mauled. I think the maids may be getting stun locked. Yeah, they are. They do damage. They're just not as great at, you know, rapidly attacking. Nice, nice. We're getting more maids. We're probably gonna want to. I probably want to keep the percentage of summoned maids at roughly like maybe 50-ish% still, just based on the fact that we need rapid attack units. Monsters have become stronger. That's not a really welcome piece of information. Mostly concerned with them getting really fast. Healer plants are all in check. Shooter plants all in check. We're good, we're good, we're good. Put up a mud wall real quick. Just while we wait for this to respawn. Yeah, picking Maria for my secondary was definitely the correct option. Oh, damn it, we lost the Necromancer. It is so Jover. It is completely Jover. And we lost the... Oh, okay, the Necromancer is back. We're still in it. We're still in it. We just lost Maria. She was an important asset, but not a critical one. Alright, 80 meters. Come on, come on. Give me some. Give me something to work with here. Like we have to be directly involved in dealing damage now. Pull back behind the shrubbery. Resummon. Need to reduce the cooldowns on the summon even further. Alright, at the very least, the engagement ranges have shrunk significantly. Cut away, cut away, cut away. Not gonna lie, we're getting pretty shot on. Nope, 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 nope. Behind the wall, behind the wall, behind the wall. Come on. Summon, summon, summon. Cut, cut, cut. Cut and run, cut and run. Behind the wall. We're actually good on the plants, now that I look at my situation here. Exclusively an issue of keeping my guys focused. I actually ran out of mana. That's probably the first time that's happened. Alright. My walled garden is not feeling too good. Back to you. AoE, AoE everything. Come on, come on, come on. We can do it. Home run stretch. We just need to get her to 100 meters. 7 meters to go. Come on. We're still in good. We're still doing good. We're still in it. We're still in it. Whoa, 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 and she's down. That's not great. That's not good. Alright, this is our last chance. If we can't get enough slimes from the summons we currently have on the field, we're fucked. Which, I don't think we can. Nah. God damn it. 4 meters away. Okay, there's some learning that has to take place. Oh my. That's actually not a lot of polygons. That's fewer polygons than I would have expected. They do not age well when zoomed in. They're about to overwhelm the little garbage. Did I accidentally do a double entendre? All right. Let's lay off the gambling for a moment. Let's distract ourselves from the gambling for a tiny bit and actually do some stuff here real quick. Let's see. Mass summoning. Reduce cooldown by 50%. Reduce cooldown. Increase damage. Yes. Attack speed, HP already maxed out. I'm not concerned about her attacks, just because, you know, it's a secondary consideration, realistically. Reduce cooldown. Let's reduce the cooldown even further. Increase buff effects. Yeah, sure. Have them mow everything down. Hernia. Let's see. You're pretty stacked, realistically. Like, it's not a lot for you to do. Just max out vitality so you have a bigger health pool. Increase HP. Reduce cooldown, increase recovery range, increase recovery amount. Ha. Damage. Maria may not actually be a great pick. Maybe Elia is the better pick because she can produce permanent units. So she's probably a better choice because she can charm permanent units into existence. Alright, let's gamble with the rest of our money. Alright, let's go gambling. Gotta get that spot. Hello, miss. Okay, Undead Main Summon, extra 5%. You know what I came here to roll? No. 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 Undead Mage, don't care. No. No. Undead Maid Summon, okay, what are we doing for right now? Nick, no, 34%, that's still not a lot. And we're out of magical bullshit particles. Let's quickly roll for this one, just in case. Undead Mage Summon, I'll keep that one over here. This one has a pretty high percent. So, Nekna Max Summon +1, that's fine. Maid. So we're gonna have to re-roll those two just because they don't give a high enough percent. But, we're up to 34%, which is pretty good. Pretty solid. There's also a tower defense mode that's even more like Plants vs. Zombies, actually. Alright, we have that one, Avalanche Rabbit Rampage. Random mode. I don't know what random mode is. Normal mode. Let's try clearing normal mode first and see how that pans out. Let me just get my party squared away. Let's see. Yeah, I'm probably gonna keep the party as is, actually. Maximize my summoners. Alright. Let's go with normal mode first. Alright. Sit you down over here. Heal these up. One over here. Let's get a firing squad going. How many am I up by? Ah, okay, so 5 is my maximum, that's fine. Just build a little crucible for them. I just block this in here. I can, okay. So that way we make sure that nothing gets past the choke point. Get currency. Currency will become important later. Choke one out over here. We can place down one more. Just maximize that DPS. Alright, now. Let's buy shit. Oh, we don't have enough to buy. Okay, shop for spiderweb. We don't have enough for another one. Or do we? We do have enough. Okay. Another spider web. Last time I played this, I got a little bit bored just because I was suffering from success. You know how it is. You know how it is amongst real gamers. I think there's also a hard cap on these. I'm not sure if there is. Just want to keep them squarely locked in the whipping corridor. Just one more spider net. Slow them down out of the gate. I assume they're going to spawn with like increasing frequency or health pools eventually. Just not right now. Okay, we rolled an undead maid, even better. Even better. Place this spider web over here real quick. Okay, now they're thoroughly slowed down. Balloons with balloons? Yeah, there are definitely some balloons in play. Or a short 7 avalanche points, fair enough. These are my kind of balloons. I may as well start building out a second layer of fortifications. Merely because I can. Can't summon any more? Where are all of my other ones? Oh, there's like 4 of them over here. Never mind. Okay, let's summon some golems. Wonder what difference does random mode make? Set one down over here. Perhaps I underestimate the point of this mode at my own peril, but so far it doesn't seem too difficult. Perhaps it's not designed, you know, for someone who's been maniacally leveling his summoners this entire time. I guess in endless mode, the rabbits would eventually get to a size and or HP pool where they would be able to, you know, resist the whipping lane. Probably means I just need to put down more spider webs. Coming through. Right. And even then, I could just summon even more zombies. You're noticing a passive mana point drain could become an issue if it's too expensive. No, I'm not using any of my mana for anything. The mana drain is a byproduct of the healing plants, just because I'm hanging around them. See, once oh, never mind. My mana is constantly draining, but I don't use my mana for anything, so I guess I don't care. Mana is used for casting AoE, which is like whatever. I have 3 summoner characters, none of them work off of their direct damage anyway, so who cares? So it's not like something is going to no longer happen if I run out of mana, even if I'm completely dry. I guess I could just spend my time populating the rest of the lane. This is probably like an early game challenge, just based on the balancing. You know what? Some of them are managing to take a solid 2 steps out of the cave. Probably a good time to invest in some more spiderweb. The only downside of this mode is that I get 0 resources. Like, sure, I get XP, and then I'm gonna get some kind of permanent boost for clearing it, but as of the moment of just grinding it out, it's not really beneficial to what we're trying to do. So we're probably gonna ease off that particular part because it doesn't enable my gambling. Surely there's an opening somewhere to place another one of these. I saw it somewhere over here. Come on. Come on. There was an up there it was there it is. Come on. Lovely. Yeah, they're still not having a lot of success with actually getting out. I also don't think they do any damage to the summons, which means that they're just gonna stand there and beat them to death. It sucks to suck, but, you know. I guess I can put down more spider web. Yeah, there's just no shot. Like, even if they can survive going out of the first lane, it's GG, well played. Alright, they're getting out pretty far. I think we need to put down a few more bullet seeds. Let's reinforce our shooting gallery. It's a good thing that the range on the bullet flowers is pretty significant. They aggro very early. Down a couple more actually. There's a spot over here where it would let me put it down. I'm not sure where. Sometimes you just gotta feel around for it, you know, until you hit the sweet spot. Every base is a little bit different. And yes, I may be doing that on purpose now. Absolutely long-housed. More maids? We're at our cap for summons, so we can't have more maids. And realistically, right now, the summons are doing a pretty bang-up job as is. Yeah, they clip into each other because they don't have collision. They get more made in Canada, no one wants to go there, real and true. I'm not sure what the round count even is for this game mode. We're playing on normal as opposed to endless, so at some point we should achieve, you know, a victorious royale. Just not sure when. Cannot summon any— oh, sorry, wrong button. Panicked a little too early. I put down another whipping plant. I probably can. Yeah, that would be a little bit overkill. Fine, I'll set one down over here. Yeah, but they just exit into pretty much a firing squad, and then they also get beat down, so... Are there any more upgrades I can have, or is it just the 3? I feel like this backline isn't even doing anything. I'm just gonna back off and see if a single one of them can even reach the second lane. Give ourselves something nice to look at in the meantime. Yeah, you see, it looks like it's just the golem there, but because of the lack of mutual collision, there's actually like 4 golems there, and also several undead soldiers and an undead maid. So whenever, and their attack speed is roughly the same, so actually what's happening is every time they attack, it's like at least 6 instances of damage happening at the same time, and they're pretty buffed out in terms of level at this point. What are we doing for levels here? 150? That's okay. Alright, I have been drinking a lot of tea, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you here to admire Hernia for real quick, and I'm going to go take a bathroom break. Upon closer inspection, you know someone who looks a bit like the Necromancer, though they dress far more modestly. Are you flexing the fact that you know a goth baddie within driving distance? We're all happy for you, but what are you doing with that information? Not even goth? Debatable. Well, to be fair, the term goth has gotten so watered down. Basically, all alt chicks just get called goth by default. They're all goth by osmosis. Sorry, it's either that or art ho. And anything that loosely falls into the category of goth is always preferable to art ho. Goth has a problem of crazy not goth chicks pretending to be goth to abuse men. How are you getting abused as a man? Can you not pick your woman up and just tell her to stop? I kid, of course. Yes, we understand. Emotional blackmail, all of that shit. You still have the option to just leave. I don't know, is goth being used as a pretense for like, casual, toxic relationship abuse? I always assume that it's just an aesthetic. Like, I'm goth, ergo crazy. It sounds like something that an art hoe would ascribe to herself. Like, oh, like, I'm a dark empath, therefore I will hurt you, and then pretend to care. They use the goth look to attract simps, basically, so just baseline women, then. So just no different from baseline single woman. Yeah, see, Piper knows it. So just women. Just a second, let me fix my tracking real quick. It's a very hands-off game, which I can kind of see a use case for why you would want your hands free, but at the same time, you know, I still play my games expecting there to be a game. Let's get to round 20, I guess. I want to clear this, but this is boring. Like, yeah, we can farm infinity levels on Hernia, I guess. But what then? I guess we can continue farming Nekna for now. Like, they're just getting clobbered out the gate. No input from me seems to be necessary. Damn, look at them go. They also have independent physics, do you know that? Did you notice that? I remember that being a big selling point of one of the Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball games. The breasts jiggle individually. Oh, soy pog. Sorry, what was the question? No, you're good. Understandable. Have a nice day. The question is tits, and the answer is yes. Advanced jiggle physics. Remember when that shit had to be hand-animated, as opposed to just having a physics engine? Or rather, you know, just having the computing power to, you know, to have all of this be rendered live? We have come so far, and yet the industry has come so low that it doesn't make good use of it, and we have to rely on indie shovelware to enjoy this greatness. I hope the code for that goes open source. It's already open. I mean, it's just Unreal physics. You just it's Unreal or Unity physics for that matter. Like, we just have jiggle bones for that. You'll play a volleyball game, it's fun, and advanced tit physics, you have a new entire hobby? Well, that's just Dead or Alive. Unfortunately, we no longer get new Dead or Alive games, because they now have a mobile... I'm not sure if it's even a mobile game. I think it's just a gacha game, and Their perfect Team Ninja is perfectly content just farming money off of that and never bringing it to the West. Because they just don't want to deal with the shit that comes out of putting that kind of product into this market. And they've unfortunately not received the memo that we are in fact in the age of the chud, and it's cool to have good games again. You're impressed with how well it tracks with the real-world version? Much real experience on display? Listen, the man knows his jiggles. Wonder if all of her jiggles. It's difficult to tell because her hair is very long. He's executed some pretty competent bud jiggle in the past. So I wouldn't put it past him. Yep, there's definitely some jiggle going on there. The jiggling is very thorough. Alright, let's build out more stuff. It's not like we're doing anything else, we may as well. Oh, you know, they're getting pretty far. Some of them are getting pretty far, so it's not a good time to relax. Are we sure that's made by a he? Certain sensibilities and the autism of the gameplay loop suggest that it is a he, yes. How should I put this? He's definitely... a woman would have eventually succumbed to jealousy. Hey, you fucking stop that. You stop that right the fuck now. Guards! Alright, we need to summon some more. Why can I not... There we go. Alright, it's time to install some backup security options over here. No, we're not... No, none of that. None of that. We'll have none of that. The whipping layer goes up. But yeah, just based on the amount of care taken with depicting the female characters, no. A woman would go green with envy by the time she finished a single project this man makes on a regular basis. You need to understand the instinctual bile that all women hold towards each other. They are inherently a non-cooperative species. They exist in the mentality of a zero-sum game. You should see the women your wife makes in her games, when there's a character editor. See, she's making those characters for herself to embody. Not for them to be, you know, like, set pieces in the world. The character creator is an unfair hack to that. Women see characters as avatars, exactly. Self-insertion doesn't count. This is what LEGO found out in their research? That's great. It's been a while since I've assembled the LEGO set. We did one on stream a while back. One of these days I will become exotically wealthy, and I'll just YOLO $1,000 on an unopened Destroyer Droid set, the original one from LEGO Technicals. Even the original research found by Gamergate said people didn't insert themselves into characters. I don't know, man. Some people do. Guys don't, women do, yeah. Some guys do. I know people, I'm not gonna point fingers, but I know people who refuse to play GTA San Andreas because it had a black protagonist. And for the same reason, that same dude would refuse to play any games with a female lead. Again, not all anecdata and all that, but let's not. Sounds mentally broken. It's a little hypersensitive. Yes, it's how should I put this? It's a strange hang up to have. But, you know, what are you gonna do? But here's the thing, like, the same reason, like, without the self-insert, the concept of a power fantasy wouldn't exist. You know, like, yes, sure, we all appreciate the character of Master Chief as an abstraction, but we still ascribe his successes to ourselves when we skyjack a Banshee from under an elite's nose. You see how men and women differ on play? You're discussing the mean average? Yes. Here's the thing, like, again, people like Doom 2016 because, yes, it's cool, metal, and all of that good stuff, but at the same time, you can't deny that there is a component of self-insert when you're tearing an imp's jaw out. Otherwise, just the whole concept of a power fantasy would not work. Like, not all, how should I put this? Not everything that Feminist Frequency said was wrong, it's just that they took correct statements of fact and then twisted them into incorrect conclusions. Damn, that's, they're making it quite far out, actually. I don't like this. I need to build a little bit more reinforcement over there. Maybe intersplice that slightly with the whips. It's a good thing that I have an on-demand Horde of the Undead to clamp down on any one of them that actually makes it past the original barrage. Don't let the Marxists steal the term from you. They made the term and it's still garbage. Which one? Self-insert or power fantasy? Because again, to a certain extent, just as a function of your goddamn mirror neurons, you're going to associate something that you directly control and puppeteer with you, regardless of how you call it. There is a reason why, for example, I dislike Western 18+ games, because most of them have a core mechanic of you playing a female, where the core gameplay loop is being raped by a variety of different monster types. And that is why I play Japanese adult games instead. Power Fantasy, God, I can't believe you have to deal with this in Twitch chat as a venue. Power Fantasy is a valid term. That's definitely not a Feminist Frequency invention. Power Fantasy is a valid genre. Just to play a wish fulfillment, that term has been around for a while. Even Power Fantasy, again, do not cede territory to the Marxists. They use it as a loaded term, but when it is not that. The presumption is that an enjoyment of power, and that's nonsense. I mean, how should I put this? Maybe we play Doom games differently. I definitely enjoy the power to pick up an imp and snap him in half across my knee. I guess that's just me. I'm just built different. Ayo, 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 ayo. We're getting some runaways here. Marxists are the ones who obsess over power. They're also the kind of people who assume power is fun. I mean, again, power is fun. When you are we twisting this into some kind of oppressor-oppressed dynamic here, or what? Alright, I am not enjoying the rate of SKPs we're getting. Just a second. Listen, don't let them don't allow these people to gaslight you into having a knee-jerk reaction to every word they've ever used. Trying to differentiate between power and confidence, which are two different things, but they often overlap, especially in a gaming context. Being extremely physically competent, fun, but it's not how the term is used. I think you're nitpicking a little too hard here. I think you need to loosen up your thinking cap. Yeah, exactly. Power, even when enjoyed, is fine. It's using it for perverse abuses and not enjoying it, which is using it for abuses is wrong, as all communists ought to do. Because they're just congenitally incapable of doing anything other than, you know, perpetuating evil. You're just inventing new words to describe the same thing. You are letting Anita Sarkisian get in your head and forcing you to use different words from the ones you would have used organically. Why are you allowing an Armenian 4 dictate the words that you can use, Notary? Okay, fine, it's not about you never using it, it's about you being prevented by them from using it. Helldivers' way is not a power fantasy? Probably not. See, having not experienced the gameplay loop of Helldivers, I'm just not going to comment on it. Are we for real struggling with rabbit control? Is that a thing that I'm actually seeing? Challenge has ended, okay. Okay, I wouldn't say by the skin of our teeth, but it got a little squirrely there. Nice. Very nice. Return to Fortress. Even 40k is questionable. Yes, Space Marines are powerful, but the universe sucks, and they're not OP relative to everything else. See, like, it depends on the context. If, why do I always glitch out so heavily? Like, I get mad stuttering on my model, of all things, whenever I'm in the Fortress. But the thing is, for example, Space Hulk should have been designed around the concept of largely a power fantasy, but then the game gives you sort of things to overcome through understanding mechanics and strategies and whatnot. Because you're supposed to be a fucking Terminator firing 35mm high-explosive armor-piercing rounds at roughly human-shaped targets. And then a fucking Termagant tears its way through the fucking hull. Everything is driven not by action, but by purity of purpose. Nuance is boring and annoying and interruptive. those settings provide clear purpose. Sure. But I feel like you're being intentionally obtuse there. That's my feeling here. Right. I don't think we have enough resources to gamble. I don't think we can gamble just yet. How are we feeling about one more run here? Just to collect resources and gamble a little harder. I kinda wanna see if we can still wing it with the why is my record here 69 meters if I nice, but I clearly got to 90. Makes sense to you as an objection. The label is misapplied makes sense. Well, not everything is a power fantasy, sure. Alright, let me think for a moment here. STR plus 10. Well, yes, not everything is a power fantasy, that's fine. Just some things clearly are. Alright, let's try the Dark Siren challenge again, and let's see if we can get her to 100 meters. Just let's look at the party and see what we can do. First of all, more into strength, just so that we have the capacity for direct damage. We're gonna keep her in it just because of her capacity to reinforce a given area. Also gonna give her more health, just so that she's more stable there. We're probably gonna get Elia as our third. What's Maria's level? 140 versus 128. 40 versus 120. She's useful for the extra summons, and the extra summons do work. However, I think we can charm more as opposed to relying on a fixed number of golems. So we're gonna swap her out for the succubus. Alright. Power without purpose is hollow and blah. We have plenty of isekai examples of that. And at the same time, we have plenty of good isekais that hinge on a power fantasy. I present to you Overlord. Not playing because you're the Ubermensch. You have cheat codes for that and it's boring. You play because the enemies are clear and the mental feedback the construction provides a satisfying. Okay, but here's the thing. Let's roll back. Doom 2016. Please explain to me how Doom 2016 is not a power fantasy, where the setting is that you are an unstoppable rage golem, purpose-built to kill demons, and that is all you do. You move fast, you operate guns competently, and you are very specifically designed to kill every demon you come across as hard as possible. That is the premise. You are very strong, you're very competent, you are the Gary Stu of the universe. And realistically, once the expanded Doom Eternal lore kicked in, you were proven to actually de facto be a carbon copy of the god that created the universe. And all you do is run around and kill shit very hard. Yes, it's a real good dream that you can turn on. No, Terry, come on, bridge that gap. You're just being difficult for the sake of it right now. Alright, did we adjust the party? We did. Let's try normal mode. Let's lock in. I'm gonna skip this. Let's see. We want to set up over here. Switch over to Nekna real quick. We need bodies to fill the space for now. We need to cover flanks, so keep it symmetrical. There's no one coming from behind, so that's fine. We're gonna space you out here. I would like to see some overlap in their reach, but that's fine. Place one over here. Cast new ones. Alright. The decreased cooldown is already doing work. Space you out right over here. We're gonna put down 2 more. Actually, let's go and collect the slimes before they expire. I don't know if they can, I don't want to find out. We are going to summon exclusively by us. There's one summon already wasted, so... one over here, and we're missing one more, okay. Put down a healing pedal over here. Alright, we're all set for the fortification. Now we look for recruits. And for recruits, we probably want someone with ranged capability. Or do we, actually? Yeah, I feel like it's very much a situation of, like, whenever you have a statement and then you have, like, the concerned Soyjack and the Chad face saying that. You can accurately describe a game with that term, but that's not how it's used. It's used as a descriptor for user intent. But what if I intend to play the game to experience the power fantasy? What if that's the purpose? What if that's why I don't like Doom Eternal versus Doom 2016? Because that is my primary complaint, that they ruined my power fantasy. I played Doom 2016 to be the unstoppable Rage Golem, and they have messed with my fun for the sake of what they describe as the fun cycle. Which is very much a situation of, you know, is called fun cycle, look inside, not fun at all. Alright, we need some bodies over here. We're gonna let them zoom in on me, or... Nope, never mind. We're not gonna let you zoom in, because I'm not gonna let you abuse my maid. Not to mention that you are slimes, and we need to kill slimes, not keep them on the board on our side. I'm actually not sure which units we should go for. Alright, we have some pieces on the board. They're going to infight a little bit, but that's fine. You're not playing it to be unstoppable Rage Golem, you're playing it to fulfill your right, and the Grand March has, removed that from your privilege. Wait, I need to read that sentence just a second. Well, you're not playing it to be the unstoppable Rage Golem, you're playing it to fulfill your dream of oppressing the weak as you believe it is your right, and the Grand March has removed that from your privilege in part, so you retreat to your video games to experience it. Yes, I do in fact actually dream of mercilessly killing the corrupt and evil in real life, preferably by way of the best glory kills that are locked to specific locations. Like, for example, throwing an imp across the wall and then kneeing his head against said wall. You know me all too well. I'll wait for a large enough congregation. Oh, that congregation is large enough. Let's just do that. Did we not convert anything? We did not convert anything. Well, we got a level, I guess that's something. Vindictus had better kill had better kill animations, but it's a Korean play-slop. Better animations than what? Vindictus. I'm trying to think. Oh, I've seen. Yes, yeah, better than Doom. Really? Than Doom 2016? Isn't Vindictus a third-person game? I have the demo. It's free to play. Not the demo. I have the file. It's free to play. I have it installed on my PC. I never got around to trying it. You've done shit to werewolves that would have been sent to would have gotten you sent to Nuremberg. You had my attention. Now you have my curiosity. The fact that they managed to do that with, you know, a predominantly melee game, kind of impressive. I mean, all of the glory kills in Doom are also melee. What am I talking about? What if I just hoard the slimes and not send them to Mirror? What would that do? Can I do that? Time for slime. It's definitely time for some slime. Alright, they're providing a pretty solid bulwark because I think they're not doing mutual damage at all. So whenever I charm a unit, they become effectively immortal. Every time I look at that scene, I can't help but think of that meme of women are getting bigger. Oh, okay, we got another undead maid. We'd love to see it. Doing a pretty bang-up job of locking down the area. Hopefully I'm not going to eat my words. We're gonna wait for recruitment a little bit longer. Yeah, I don't see a cooldown timer, so it's probably just based on the sheer amount of enemies I defeat. Actually, let's do this. Boom. Okay, very nice. Whenever we see a big congregation of enemies, we're gonna charm them, and that makes them effectively immortal. Which means we can infinitely farm them down. Yeah, and it's not spawning new ones because I have a portion of them charmed, so they're out of the spawn pool. Oh, okay, he caught up with me pretty quickly. Let's pay attention to the fact that that can happen sometimes. How you doing over there, ladies? Having fun? You look like a shooter enemy. Boom. You're my shooter now. Love it. Absolutely love it. Take that slime, please and thank you. Yeah, we need to bump the rate of undead maid spawns just a little bit so that it's, you know, novel, but still frequent enough. Not getting a lot of slime. I'm not sure what that has to do with it. Not sure why that is. Maybe we have too many slimes on the map, so new ones are not spawning. Because we may have recruited a number of them. Send over all the excess slime. Oh, no, we still get a new one now and then. Due to the glitch in the pathfinding of converted enemies, they actually have better follow pathfinding than my natively summoned ones, which is ridiculous. Because the converts will eventually converge on me because they default to their enemy pathfinding of trying to get to me to kill me. As opposed to just idling in place. Give me that slime. I said we're doing significantly better this time around. Oh, no, we don't overcommit to direct damage. Yeah, we may have over-recruited the slimes, actually. There seems to be a set amount where... Damn, the undead maids are doing work. The flan has become petulant. Alright, let's take out the slime and recruit the other ones. There we go, that's more like it. Petulant flan sounds like a song title. Very likely a J-Rock song. You know, like when like the Japanese have that tendency to just take English words and put them together because they sound cool. Ooh, another undead maid. Hell yeah. Just getting absolutely dumpstered. Just no shot in hell. Is it just me, or did Nekna's hair get longer? Am I imagining things? We're barely getting any slimes. They're just not spawning. Okay, there are some slimes over there. Charming the slimes was not the play. It seems to limit their spawn rates. That's for sure. There's a workaround for that. We just recharm more enemies because there's a hard cap on how many she can have at one time. So, at some point, as we charm more skeletons, we're going to no longer get, they're going to start replacing the old charms. At least that's what I'm hoping for. Whoa! Okay, don't overcommit, don't overcommit. Listen, if the overcommitment to slimes means that, you know, we get a controlled flow of them, so be it. Because they also do a pretty bang-up job of tanking. Nice, nice. We just keep recruiting more skeletons and we should be fine. Alright, we seem to have run out of our recruited slimes. So just through attrition, we've balanced out the spawn. Oh, chain reaction on the laser, that's new. Okay. Pretty cool, pretty cool. The undead mates are just murdering them. Let's get me a new shooter. Alright, we're rolling more undead maids. See, in my pursuit to have more tits and ass on screen at a moment of time, we have accidentally unlocked the optimal necromancer build. Alright, I just need to not get blindsided, and then I can recruit some more. Let's add some manpower. The beam chaining makes it worth it? Yes. I don't remember if that's an upgrade I purchased, or if that's just something that happened during an update. I'm not sure. I think the low spawn rates for slimes have less to do with me specifically having charmed slimes and more to do with the fact that there are just fewer units on the map full stop because I have... There are fewer enemies, rather, on the map full stop because I have, like, half of them charmed. I'm gonna have some more too. Oh, okay. Out of range. These two are also doing some good work. Let's see if I can get you some reinforcements. Nice, nice. Okay, the chain beam is actually ridiculous. I can't wait to be blindsided by a mob just when they get strong enough to one-hit me. God damn it. Completely whiffed. Damn. Okay, the slimes are getting big enough to kill my maids. I'm not a fan of that. Not a fan one bit. Where's my summon horde of body blockers? We may need to recruit some more enemies. So let's wait for them to bunch up and become a little bit more stationary. Whoa, okay. Almost got blindsided. We don't enjoy that. Okay, we may have to start relying on an ever-present horde. That's fine. That's why we upgraded the cooldowns. Not really digging the fact that they won't let me hot swap as frequently as I would like. Feels like a very obtuse limitation. Still going down with effectively a single punch from the necromancers, from the necromancer warriors. Yeah, the chain beam is just ridiculous. Get some fresh meat. Lovely. Melee skeletons are the play because they body block very well. Alright, we're at the halfway mark. We're getting there more slowly, but in a more sustainable fashion, so I don't mind this. Yeah, it's a good thing that I bailed. Need to stay by my rear guard. Alright, not seeing any slimes on the horizon yet, so let's wait for them to respawn. Let's gather our posse of converted goons. No guar, only fish. Alright, we may want to stop charming, because at this point I feel like we've bottlenecked the spawns. Oh, there are some slimes coming our way. Up, just a second, there's someone needs banning, there we go. Can I assign Jannies on kick? It's not gonna be very exciting. Mostly you're just gonna be hitting bots with your wrench. Alright, we see slimes, come on, slimes. Yeah, recruiting melee units was definitely the play. In addition to just, you know, my native vanguard, they seem to be doing pretty okay work. Alright, this is beatable. Boring, but definitely beatable. Look, wherever slime there is to collect, which is not a lot. Whoa. Whoosh. Whoosh. Where are all of my skeletons? I feel like I had more. Monsters have become stronger. We need more skill. They're probably all just clipped into each other. Which I think is, yeah, they're just a full 20 of them just stacked up. And they'll leave you to it. Told there's a new tonk in Helldivers, and the squad wants to play. Yeah, good luck with that. Thank you for checking in, Piper. Always a pleasure to have you. We're gonna be closing up shop pretty soon because we're already over our normal limit anyway. I mean, the only thing that's keeping me in game right now is the sunken cost fallacy. Gotta stay on the lookout for slimes. We got to 90 meters relatively easily last time. They're getting faster, that's my main complaint actually. Stronger is not really an issue, especially with my Giga Undead horde of summons. Converts rather than summons, but you know what I mean. Need to recover that horde over there so that it relocks in on me. There we go. Gotta use them to guard the flower patch. Because otherwise it's gonna get overwhelmed, and we don't want that. Gotta tard wrangle them a little bit. The primary aggro seems to be on me, which I don't think was the case in a previous patch. When I played it last time, they used to aggro disproportionately on the plants. Not sure if it's a balancing decision or what. Alright, let's keep the Tard Horde engaged over here. Up, I see slime. Oh, we have a man down. All right, we need to reinforce. Stay by these boys over here. In late game, hard capping the number of spawns seems to be better for us because they don't have the numbers to overwhelm us, even if they do have larger stat pools. So, you know, good things in small packages and whatnot. No, we just need to maintain a constant head count now. They still do a pretty okay job of killing anything that runs up, so... Mm-hmm. My guys over there doing pretty okay, pretty okay. Oh. Oh. I think we've burned through our stock of summons. So we're gonna have to repopulate that one really quick. I'm still on cooldown. Getting a little bit hairy. Getting a little bit hairy. Alright, we need to wait for a sufficiently large skeletal horde. Unfortunately we caught a slime, but that's fine. Happy little accidents and whatnot. 10 seconds. Let's get back to neck nut. Our fortifications seem to be holding up pretty okay, which is good to see. Guy, a little health. Uh-oh, oh that's bad, oh that's bad, oh that's not great. Yeah, they can one-hit me now. Alright, we just stay on siege mode. We just stay indoors. And we just perma-spawn. Yeah, less than optimal, less than great. We can still do it, it's fine. We still got this. Gotta keep an eye out on our cooldowns to make sure that we're constantly covered with a wall of flesh. And that way we're always going to have at least some kind of inflow of slime. Now that our cooldowns also overlap, we should at no point not be surrounded by the undead. Some extra slime pods and run away. Big slime pods over there, but I might be overextending trying to get them. Up, yep, definitely no bueno. Alright, everyone's dead, everyone's dead. If I overextend, I'm just gonna lose my entire build. That's what we're ideally trying to not allow to happen. Alright, 78 meters. Oh, damn, it's sketchy. It's sketchy to go outside because they're fucking fast, too. Like, at no point do I want to be caught outside without a vanguard. Hit and run, hit and run. Whoa! There we go. Resummon the vanguard. We need to stay locked in. it's gonna be close, but I think we can do it. I think we can do it. If we haven't lost the succubus, it would have been a little bit easier, but not by a lot. At least the inflow of slimes has stabilized. Whoa! Run, 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 run. We don't want any of that noise. Alright, we're touching 90. Very, very close now. Go, 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 go. Resummon the horde. It's a good thing this doesn't consume any resources, otherwise I would be shit out of luck. Wait, where's my... Oh, I thought my little garden patch was gone for a moment. They had a little spooked there. I am enjoying the spawn rate of maids. Okay, okay, we're... Home run stretch, home run stretch. Grab those slimes, grab the slimes nearest to me. Just enough of them are getting through to get me a supply of materials. Summon new ones. Alright, we're doing it, we're doing it. We have the build, we have the strat. We just have to not fumble it, and we'll be fine. Almost there, come on, get another one. Do not overextend, stay behind, We're playing chess, not checkers. We're barely doing damage with direct attacks anyway, so, like, what is even the point? Oh, come the fuck on, who hit me? Come on, oh, hell yeah, we did it. 100-meter slime waifu. Looks like someone's gonna get slimed. I think it's important that both sides had fun. Excuse me. Alright, we go gambling, Let me sell off all of the resources and then we go gambling. Trade, sell everything. Fuck it, I may just dedicate 2 artifact slots to make sure that we have a 100% rate of maid spawn. The maids in the crypt are free. You can just take them. I have an army of undead maids at home. Right, let's go here. Oh, that's also nice to have. Okay, let's see. Let's release these two. Yeah, and reroll. Undead Mage, no. This is entirely a maid spawning operation. Nope. Max summon +1 is tempting, actually. May want to stick to that one. Because that also means more maids. No. Nope. Undead maid summon. Okay, got it. I'm okay with this. We're gonna repurpose one of these as well. We're gonna spend 3 slots on the fucking undead maids, aren't we? Undead maid 35% only. That's not a lot. Strength increase 15. Where are we getting the strength increase 15? Maid. I forget which one is better, the gold or the purple. Alright, let's purpose build this one as well. Keep that one. Undead maid. Maid summon, got it. This is really just gambling. This is just gambling with extra steps. Undead mage, no. No. I will have my guaranteed maid spawns. You cannot stop me. Nope. Strength increase, undead mage, no. The game knows what I'm doing, it's not giving me what I want. Undead maid summon gold tier, okay, acceptable. Nope. Okay, more undead maid, what are we on right now? Nekna maid, 51%. I'm gonna leave it at that because the maids don't strike frequently enough, and that's gonna become a problem. So we're going to untick that. Mud Miho, excuse me, we can just do that? Okay, I guess we're stacking this one into summons now. Maria. Let's see. Mud Soldier when defeating an enemy with magic infused swamp, sure. No. Nope. Okay, odds are a little too shit. We're gonna leave that one be for now, and we're gonna re-roll this one instead. Stats, not interested in stats. Our stats are already to this. Summon Mud Soldier. Okay, Mud Miho, good. Why Mud Miho specifically? Penetrating Mud Direction 1? Stats. Alright, we got more Mud Miho. It would be very funny to see. Just an army of mud foxes. Nope, nope. Yes. Max summon, okay, we take those. That's fine, yeah. Mud Soldier when defeating an enemy, Magic Infused Swamp, sure. What are odds at right now? Let's see. Maria, when summoning Mud Soldier, 19% chance to summon a Mud Miho. I feel like that's a little low, right? That doesn't quite cut it. Release all of these. Undead main summon, we use those. Let's go with that. It's gonna be a little bit easier. No. God damn it. Ah, we ran out of money. Okay, but we got the undead maids to an acceptable percentage, I would say. 50, more than 50%, right? 51%. Okay, so every other undead soldier we summon is potentially going to be a maid, and that's fine. That's fine. We need some diversity in our summons there. All right, now we're done with the degenerate gambling. Let me pull up the stream manager, and we're going to look for someone to raid into because it's getting pretty late. I have work in the morning. I'm seeing some people we can raid. All right, we're not working with a lot here, but let's rate BB. Actually, we've not checked in with BB for quite a while, so we're gonna do that. Am I correct to take it that not a lot of you enjoy Queen's Loyalty, or is it just because it's a little late? All right, we'll prepare our raid. There we go. There we go. Why am I opening Discord? It's not OBS. So, thank you all for hanging out. My mood has progressively improved. Thank you. Thanks to present company. I don't have any profound words of encouragement because I'm just a little bit zooted and a little bit tired. So, live strong, stay free, live free, be dangerous, drink full sugar Coke. This has been Onii-san signing off. Bye bye.